Give them the foresight to act with charity and true concern for the well-being of the people they are called to serve. Give them the wisdom to invest in long-term solutions that will help prepare for or prevent future outbreaks. May they know your peace as they work together to achieve it on earth. Whether we are at home or abroad, surrounded by many people suffering from this illness or only a few, stay with us as we endure and mourn, persist and prepare. In place of our anxiety, give us your peace. Lord Jesus Christ, heal us. Amen. Say the Lord's Prayer. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come. Thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those that trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, the power, and the glory, forever and ever. Amen.
This House is now in session.
Announcements by Your Honor the Speaker. Messages from Her Excellency the Governor General. Petitions, papers.
Honorable Leader of Government Business.
Mr. Speaker, I am commanded to lay the audited financial statements of the Board of Management of the Alexandra School for the financial years ended March 31st, 2009 to March 31st, 2012. The audited financial statements of the Board of Management of the St. Michael's School for the financial years ended 31st of March 2008 to March 31st, 2012. And the audited financial statements or annual reports on the activities of the Board of Management of the Lodge School for the financial years ended March 31st, 2014 to March 31st, 2015.
Government notices, private members' notices, notices of questions, reports from select committees, first readings of bills, statements by ministers, congratulatory and/or obituary speeches, personal explanations, motions for leave of absence, oral replies to questions, notices of motions for the adjournment of the House on matters of urgent public importance, orders of the day.
Honorable Leader of Government Business.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move the suspension of standing orders 6, 16, 18, 20, 42, subsection 5, 43, and 44 be suspended for the remainder of the day's sitting.
The question is that the aforementioned standing orders be suspended for the remainder of the day sitting. All those honorable members in favor, please say aye. Those against, please say no. We think the ayes have it. The aforementioned standing orders are hereby suspended.
Public business, sir. Government business. Order number 12, in the name of the Honorable Minister in the Ministry of Finance and Economic Affairs, to resume the debate on the second reading of the Appropriation Bill 2020.
Honorable Member for Christchurch. West.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. You know, this morning, when I was contemplating what words I should share with this Honorable House, I first started to think of the good book and what passage in particular would pertain to the situation we find ourselves in today. And I was vacillating between two, maybe three, but essentially two particular passages. And then through the, I guess, miracle of technology, a person who works in the Ministry of Transport Works and Maintenance, works at one of the depots, whose name happens to be Proverbs, which I thought quite interesting because that was one of the passages that I was looking at. But he did not send me a proverb. He sent me a psalm. And would you believe that Mr. Proverbs, I won't say his name because he didn't ask permission, did not send me the proverb that I was looking at, but he actually, out of all of the psalms of the Bible, sent to me as a morning prayer the very same psalm that I was looking at. So that told me, beyond a shadow of a doubt, that that was the psalm that I had to share this morning with this Honorable House and with the country of Barbados. And I think it pertains absolutely well to what we now find ourselves facing, and indeed what the world finds itself facing. I see the Honourable Member for St. James South looking at me, and I think she must be reading my mind as to the psalm that she feels that I will and intend to share with this Honourable House, and by extension, the people of Barbados. Because I have no doubt she must have gotten that psalm as well this morning. That psalm, Mr. Speaker, is Psalm 23, which we all know and love. The Lord is my shepherd, I shall not want. He maketh me to lie down in green pastures. He leadeth me beside the still waters. He restoreth my soul. He leadeth me in the path of righteousness for his name's sake. Yea, though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I will fear no evil, for thou art with me. Thy rod and thy staff, they comfort me. Thou preparest a table before me in the presence of mine enemies. Thou anointest mine head with oil, my cup runneth over. Surely goodness and mercy shall follow me all the days of my life, and I will dwell in the house of the Lord forever. Mr. Speaker, this is a defining moment in the history of this country. It has been over a century since the world has faced a pandemic like we are seeing in COVID-19. And we as a people have to wake up and take stock. Take stock not only of how we do business, take stock not only of how we relate to one another, but take stock of how we are interfacing with the world, how we interface with each other, how we're able to communicate, how business is done. This will have an ongoing impact on Barbados and the rest of the world for these few months in the critical and acute phase, but it will have an ongoing impact for months thereafter, some even say for years. Not only because of the health crisis of now, but because of the economic crisis that will follow. When you have situations, Mr. Speaker, where people can no longer earn where people can no longer go to work and be productive members of the community and the society, you have a problem. Only yesterday, I was confronted with the news that the governor of California has told 40 million people in California to stay home. 40 million people in California were told to stay home, Mr. Speaker, because their projections are that 56% of their population are going to get exposure to the virus. And this is a state that is one of the wealthiest states, wealthier than most countries of the world. Their gross domestic product in California, with all of the resources that they have, all of the abilities and the capabilities that they have, all of the infrastructure that they have put in place, all of the hospital beds and the ICUs and the ventilators and everything that they have, they're still going to get 25, 27 million people infected with the COVID-19 virus. So we can expect that we're going to get a significant number of our population infected here. But what we have to do is manage the situation. And we manage the situation by managing the spread. Epidemiologists call it flatten the curve. I'm going to try to give you an example as best I can in as simple terms as I can about it. Imagine if you were going to a doctor's appointment. I can use my own, to a dentist appointment, Mr. Speaker. Now, the dentist could handle the 20 or 30 patients during the day. It's one at 8 o'clock, one at 8:15, one at 8:30, one at 8:45, going all the way down through the day. Imagine if all 30 patients turn up at 8 o'clock. That is the problem. It is not that all the patients can't be seen or all the patients don't have a problem. It is that all the patients turn up at the same time. And this is how we are able to manage this pandemic. By social distancing, by stopping the spread, by allowing the time that the pandemic needs to work through the country to be over a prolonged period so that the resources are not stretched to breaking point. It is not that we will not get exposure to it. We will get exposure to it based on what California is saying. But what they're trying to do is to expand the time that it takes for it to spread through the population and then come to an end. Though all reports are, once you get the virus, you cannot get it again. So it means that once people are exposed to it and they go through the period of the virus, they no longer can get exposure again. That is what the reports are saying. There were two reports, one in Japan and one in China, that said people had got it and then were free and then got it again. Now the information is that the second test was not correct. So the general rule is people cannot get the virus again. But what we have to do is to limit the spread and limit the time of the spread. So it means we have to follow the guidelines. The World Health Organization protocol and guidelines which this government is following, we have to stick to that. We have to follow what the government puts out for us to do. We have to make sure that we do exactly as we are told. And we have to come together as a people to be able to get over this hump. And we will get over it. But we got to work together. And let me say, Mr. Speaker, at the outset, you know, we have a saying in Barbados, the Lord don't come, but he sent. Thank God he sent Mia Amor Motley to manage and shepherd and lead this country at this time. Well, you could imagine what it would be if the other people was in power. It would be pandemonium about here. It would be a complete disaster. Well, there was no leadership that was seen from them. There was no direction. But the Barbados Labour Party, under the member for St. Michael Northeast, under the good leadership of the member for the city, and indeed all of the ministers and members of parliament, because we all have a part to play. We all need to be pulling together in the same direction. We all need to be working off of the same hymn sheet so that we can ride this wave and we can see this country through this difficult time. And I want to say that when we look back at this time in the future, we will be able to say that the Barbados Labour Party and the member for St. Michael North led this country well, did what they had to do, and made sure that we were able to survive a difficult time in our history. The Lord don't come, but He sends. And we know that well. Mr. Speaker, I am very, very concerned. I'm concerned that we don't have access to the supplies that we should have. I'm concerned that no matter how many ventilators we get, it may not be enough. I'm concerned that the majority of people that we will see having difficulties with this are the vulnerable people in our society. But let me make it clear. Vulnerable does not mean invaluable. Those people that we consider as vulnerable are still very valuable members of our society. And we must do everything we can to protect them. So if it means that people over a certain age need to self-quarantine from now, then they need to self-quarantine from now. If it means that we cannot gather in numbers greater than 100, then we cannot do that. Because we have to do whatever it takes to stem the progress of this virus that confronts us. And I am satisfied that we have done everything humanly possible up to this point. But sometimes it needs an additional effort. The Prime Minister is well known for saying sometimes it means rolling up your sleeves and getting in there and doing it. And if we have to do that, we have to do that. But I am totally convinced that the Prime Minister and this government and this party is prepared to do whatever it has to do to protect the people of Barbados and to protect this country. And I am proud to be a member of this team at this time. Mr. Speaker, I want to leave that point and I want to just come to one other issue as it relates to how this virus is reported. And it is this. At all of the numbers that we see, people report the number of people that have been infected and the number of people that have passed. And yes, it is 1.5%, 2%, in some locations, 2.5%, 3% when we take the average. But what that does, that doesn't appropriately reflect the number of people that have recovered. And I think what we need to do is focus on the number of people that recover from the virus, more so than the number of people that succumb. Because it is very sensational to look at the number of people that did not recover. But we have to understand that 97, 98, which means 98 out of every 100 people will recover from exposure. In fact, the vast majority have a very mild symptoms. And those that have mild symptoms can in fact be treated as what we call treat the symptoms. Treat them in a symptomatic way because there is no definitive treatment for it. So bear in mind, yes, we will get numbers. Yes, I anticipate if the California numbers are correct and over 50% of their population will get exposure, then we will have some people succumbing. But the greater importance is 97, 98, and if we follow the guidelines, maybe even 99% of people will recover from exposure. So that's something that we have to understand and think about. Mr. Speaker, when the Leader of the Opposition spoke in his second reading speech, he made a point about what is the story in these estimates. I didn't have a chance to speak at that time, but I'm happy to be able to speak to it now. And just to say it quite simply, the story of these estimates is on the front page. The front page of the estimates tell the whole story. Current revenue, 3.1 billion. Total expenditure, 3.3. Excess of total expenditure over current revenue, 230 million. Now, the Leader of the Opposition sat down next to me for 5 years when he was in government. We were on the back bench together. And even in those good times, there was hardly ever to never an estimate that only 230 million was excess expenditure over revenue. And in fact, in the last decade of the last administration, the average was 900 million, a billion, 1.2 billion, 1.4 billion, and up and up and up. This is the story of these estimates. Fiscal prudence. Not printing money. Not borrowing from the central bank. Sorting out your debt. Getting the debt organized. And more importantly, upgrades rather than downgrades. That is the story of these estimates. That is why this government came to office, to change direction for this country, to fix the wrongs that the last administration had done, and to make things right. And let me Pellucid declare, not only for the Leader of the Opposition, but for the people of Barbados. The Barbados Labour Party, under the Mia Amour Motley-led administration, has done a fantastic job. And I am not saying that because I'm a member of the team. I am saying that because I'm a patriotic Barbadian. I'm a Barbadian who understands honor, duty, and service. Service to your country. Honor to your fellow man. And duty to the people of Barbados. And it is through that honor, through that duty, and through that service that I stand here today. So, Mr. Speaker, I need not go into all the programs of all the other ministries, which are all good. I need not go into the program of the Ministry of Transport Works Maintenance, which is excellent. Over the last 20 months, we've done 43 roads. Here. We have another 50 roads to do over the next 3 years. A wonderful program, hopefully supported. 50 roads, I ain't going to call them out. Everybody's thanking me for doing Calmarock and Wildy. Green Hill we're working on. 2 Mile Hill looking good now. Highway 2A, I hear about Rendezvous. I ain't going to talk about Rendezvous because people can say that it's constituency.
Brighton and French.
But we continue to work. But you know, Mr. Speaker, we can't do it all in a short space of time. We need time. And the other people for 10 years did nothing. So we're having to catch up with 10 years of neglect, plus do the ones that we want to get on our program. But the ministry is working, and I hear the member for St. James Central talking about St. James Central and St. James North, talking about Highway 1. And yes, Highway 1 is on the program, and Highway 7. But those are much more complex because they mean removing the water mains, trenching, and taking out all the mains and putting back. So that is a big project. Highways 1 and 7. Massive project, lots of organization, lots of transportation issues which we're going to have to work out. But these are things that we will do and we will get sorted no matter what. I don't need to talk about that because I tend not to be a man of words. I tend to be a man of action. And it is clear from the evidence of the work that has been done that the action is there and will speak for itself.
Evidence.
So it's not only according to the member for St. James, it's not only the faith of those of matters unseen. It is now the evidence of the roads that have been seen.
Yes, ma'am.
But we've gone further than that. In addition to all the work that we've done with respect to road maintenance, and we're working on the bridges as well, we've also worked to improve things at licensing, got better testing officers, been able to get the numbers of people waiting down, we've been able to get some issues resolved in terms of vehicle inspection, and we're working on enhancing the bus service. And I look forward to the day when we see those 33 electric buses arrive on the shores here in Barbados to be able to supplement the numbers that we have. You know, when we came to office, there were 30 buses working. 30 buses. And that was it. And we've taken that number from 30 to 80 buses on the road. And on top of that, we've got the Transportation Augmentation Program going, better known as the TAP, which has sometimes another 20, 25 ZRs and Bs augmenting the transportation of our people throughout Barbados. And we're going to expand that. So it's not like we are just sitting back. We are taking proactive steps, getting things done, helping people to not only get about and do their business, but also in a clean, efficient environment. But the next prong that we're working on is also safety. And it means improving junctions. And we've picked 20 junctions that have had the greatest issues, and we're looking to improve those as well. Because in order to have good transportation, you must have safe drivers, safe roads, and safe vehicles. That is why we've improved and enhanced the inspection. We're working on the roads, and we're working on the ability to train our drivers. And you may have heard me say it before, Mr. Speaker, but I am proud to see that our efforts have borne fruit. And in 1 year alone, we cut the number of road fatalities from 18 down to 10, I think it was at last count, by just taking these simple measures in place. And we are continuing to do that because every life is important in this country. So, Mr. Speaker, I know that we've gone through a lot in this estimates. I know the estimates here, a lot of numbers on paper. The truth of it, nobody knows what it will be in 2 months, 4 months, or 6 months. Because the impact of what we are going through now is unprecedented. But once we work together, once we hold each other's hands, once we move in the right direction, we will survive this situation. I want to thank the people in the Ministry of Transport Works and Maintenance, all of the senior management for all the work that they have done. You know, they complain to me and say, Minister, we ain't worked so hard in 10 years. I say, I know, and I understand, but we got to work hard now. I want to single out, and I know I didn't ask for permission to use his name, but I'm not going to use it in a pejorative way. But I want to single out the Permanent Secretary in the Ministry of Transport Works and Maintenance, Mr. Mark Cummins. He is strong and steadfast. He is one of the best public servants I have ever worked with, and I am happy not only to call him a colleague, but to call him a friend, because he is there whenever you call him, above and beyond the call of duty, at whatever time, wherever and whenever, and always gives the best advice to the ministry. And I'm sure Minister Phillips, the member for St. Lucie, would agree. And I want publicly to salute the permanent secretary for the fantastic job he does in the Ministry of Transport, Works and Maintenance. But moreover, the people of Barbados. You know, the Prime Minister said in the election campaign, "Give me the vote and watch me." And the people of Barbados took that lead and have watched. And they are satisfied with the work we are doing. Well, I want you to be equally satisfied with the response to the virus that we now face. Give us the opportunity, give us the chance to show you, the people of the Barbados, the way forward at this time of crisis. I'm obliged.
Thank you, brother.
Honorary member for St. Philip South.
Mr. Speaker, let me first start by supporting my colleague, the Honorable Member for Christchurch West, in supporting our Honorable Prime Minister for taking leadership under circumstances where most leaders would show pressure and indeed shy away from the burden of responsibility. And I would want to offer her up in praise, because I know that the time and stress that this will place upon her, and indeed all of us in the Cabinet of Barbados and members of Parliament, that we need to hold fast to our faith. Mr. Speaker, I do not intend to spend a lot of time dealing with COVID-19, because I personally believe that this is something which we would overcome and look back at and say it was just like another flu. We have vulnerable people around us. We always do. We usually have casualties. We always do. But we know this, and that is the reason why we are mitigating against severe loss of those people who are most vulnerable. And the best way to protect them from contracting the virus is for all of us to reinforce across our constituencies the importance of following the protocols and making sure that the most vulnerable amongst us are indeed protected. To my mind, I have always said that in dealing with the statistics related to COVID-19, I would have long preferred to hear how many people contracted the virus and how many were surviving or have indeed gone on to regular life. I am not so consumed by statistics that speak of a death sentence by wanting to perpetuate to human beings that there is death associated with the virus. There is more life and survival, Mr. Speaker, than there is death. And that is the message I have been passing on to my constituents. Indeed, when I held my briefing on Tuesday night with the members of my campaign team, I emphasized to them the importance of messaging and making sure people understand that there is hope and that there is no death sentence associated with COVID-19, unless, of course, you're dealing with those people who are in a category with pre-existing conditions, and we know all the protocols. So to my mind, there's more hope than there is indeed doom and gloom. And I wish for Barbadians to recognize that we stand here making sure that we are doing everything to protect their best interests. And that in so doing, what you're going to get from us is full and frank disclosure and indeed complete and frequent communication to make sure that you understand that we got this as well. When we were asked to take an economy and move it from on its back to survival and then back to living and breathing, we did so. And we said to Barbadians, we got this. And we have proven that we got this. I am saying to all Barbadians, we got this. And in time, it will be proven that we got this as well. And we will get many more. I have heard that during the panic, many people were concerned about food security, and they're right to be concerned about food security. And I want to say to all Barbadians that I got this. And I got this because Barbados is known to be a net importer of about 80% of the food we consume. But that does not tell the full story. Barbados imports around 20–30% of primary agriculture products. And this point cannot be emphasized enough, because when I look at the facts, we have farmers who are currently growing in Barbados 369,378.6 kilos of vegetable crops, which is the short-term crops that is grown within a 4 to 6 weeks period. Now that speaks to us being able to provide all of the vegetables that we grow within a 6 weeks period without having to look to imports. And these are things like cucumbers, things like squash, things like lettuce, cabbage, Chinese cabbage, beans. And I know that people get confused with beans because on the one hand you want to hear about string beans, but I speak about beans because there are many varieties. And simply because there are so many varieties of beans and those who are prepared to do the farming in Barbados, you will find that we get now a lot of the long beans, which are the Boer beans, that is highly sought after, particularly in the hospitality sector. And that is the reason why you may not be seeing string beans, but you are seeing beans. In 2019, Barbados produced 304,000 kilos of beans. And we expect to ramp that up to 504,000 kilos by the end of the year. But up to this measuring period, January to March, and then March to June, where we recognize that we have to increase production, we are going to produce an additional 121,000 kilos of beans. This is not projected. This is what is actually in the ground. So, Mr. Speaker, if by chance anyone has any doubt, please let me assure all Barbadians that we are self-sufficient currently in the production of the 6 weeks crops that Barbadians consume. And this is against a backdrop where, and I need to put this into perspective, this is against a backdrop where you will have a fall off in demand in the hospitality sector, simply because you will now have less visitors coming to Barbados, and simply because within another 2 to 3 weeks, you're going to see more hotels reduce or downsize their operations to take advantage of the opportunity now to either do refurbishment or look to change in business models, etc. And during this time, this is the time where all of the food that is consumed in Barbados will fall to local consumption. So that, Mr. Speaker, I am indeed confident that we can produce all of those 4 to 6 weeks crops without having to look to import substitution. Mr. Speaker, we invited the farmers of Barbados to the Ministry of Agriculture on March 11th to sit down, plan and strategize what we are doing. They are all on board with us. And we have identified with them in Spring Hall, where we have the Spring Hall Land Lease Project in St. Lucie, a project that was created by this Barbados Labour Party administration under Minister of Agriculture, Richard Cheltenham, now Sir Richard. And that we have that project going, and we are expected to help them with the cultivation so that we can get them ramp up production and other things. In addition to the short-term crops, we're asking them to increase production, and this is also right across Barbados. And what I did is that I created a list, Mr. Speaker, of all the existing farmers in Barbados and what they are growing, to be absolutely sure that we have all of the crop production and produce that we need during the short-term period. Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to tell you that we have thousands of farmers in Barbados, many of whom we don't even recognize as farmers because a lot of them do half-acre land production. We have several of them in St. Philip South, Curtains, River, up by Home Agriculture Station, Rice's, right across St. Philip South. We have some in Christchurch. I have many of them in St. George and St. George South. And right across Barbados, there are farmers who are doing small acreage production, and there are farmers who are indeed doing back-of-the-yard farming as well. I'm pleased to tell you that when we were doing this exercise, the providers of seedlings and seeds have reported to us that they are now looking at ramping up production because many people have been coming forward and purchasing seeds and seedlings for a wide variety of crops. Mr. Speaker, we have also targeted what would be a possible protein source in this period. And we have looked at chicken and rabbits. These are the ones that you can produce quickly and you can ramp up production at a rapid rate. I've met with the poultry producers of Barbados. I've met with the association. And we have in principle agreed that with the excess capacity that they currently have on their hands, they have agreed to ramp up production. So the hatcheries are now going to be ramping up production, and all of the major poultry producers in Barbados are ramping up production. In order for us to ensure that this increase in poultry production is used by local consumption, and I mentioned the point earlier and I would like to emphasize, because of the reduction in demand which will come about in the hospitality sector, we have to emphasize the importance of making sure that the increased production will be utilized. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, we have agreed in principle that Barbados would, whilst it will use all of the imported poultry products that we currently have in Barbados, we will not be importing any more for this period of time. And that gives the local poultry producers a chance to have confidence that when they ramp up production, that they would be able to get rid of it by local consumption. But we didn't only stop there, Mr. Speaker, sir. We've also looked at possible carbohydrate sources because you must have a balanced meal. And the Ministry of Agriculture and Food Security is a ministry that deals not just in research and development for agriculture, but in making sure that we have wholesome, nutritious food available to Barbadians. One of the things that I can say to you with absolutely surety, Mr. Speaker, sir, that now is a time where we're going to have to address our diets. And now is a time where we're going to have to look to eating more healthy foods if we are supposed to build our immune systems and to be able also to treat, to getting through recovery if indeed you contract the virus. But more importantly, that you can lead a healthy lifestyle, reducing risks of chronic non-communicable diseases, reducing risks of heart attacks and strokes, Mr. Speaker, sir. It is important, therefore, that we now use and seize this opportunity, because I strongly believe that behind every dark cloud, there is a silver lining. And Mr. Speaker, for me, this is a wonderful opportunity now not only to get Barbadians to focus on wholesome, healthy lifestyle by eating healthy foods, but for us to also ramp up production for our local farmers and get Barbadians to consume locally grown produce. So that, Mr. Speaker, I'm happy to report to this honorable chamber that my investigations have revealed that we are 100% self-sufficient in the production of sweet potatoes. Mr. Speaker, our production for sweet potatoes are up 26% over 2019. Mr. Speaker, we currently have sweet potatoes in the ground being harvested. And this process will continue right through the summer. Mr. Speaker, Barbados has produced 2,092,562 kilos of sweet potato. We have therefore been able to satisfy Barbadian consumption of sweet potatoes. But we have gone further, Mr. Speaker. Things like yams, plantains, bananas, watermelons, onions, pumpkins, cassava are also being produced in Barbados, and we are ramping up scale to be able to produce those. Mr. Speaker, in order for us to address our problems, and there are some problems with yams and cassava, and there are some problems with planting material for sweet potatoes as well. We have done extensive work with the Food and Agriculture Organization, FAO, of the United Nations to address these problems. And Mr. Speaker, I'm happy to report that we have now settled on providing an additional 88 acres of land to do germplasm to create clean planting material for yams, sweet potatoes, and cassava in Barbados. This is going to come at a cost of 502,000 Barbados dollars, but it's going to be money very well and worth spending, simply because we would then try and control the diseases, anthracnose, the disease associated with yams, and scurvy or white flies associated with sweet potatoes. We are increasing our sweet potatoes varieties as well, and we already have increased production in bananas and plantains. Mr. Speaker, Barbados produced last year more pumpkins than were consumed. And so my assurance to every Barbadian is that we have in primary agriculture supplies more than enough to satisfy local consumption. We do have consumption of a lot of foods that we consume, which are either foods that are packaged, like, for example, rice is one that we import, and I'm sure when my colleague Minister of Commerce speaks today, he will speak to the plans with the supermarket. But I know for sure that there's one supermarket chain in Barbados that is going to be taking advantage of the Broker Ponder agreement between Barbados and Suriname to import rice into Barbados. I equally know, sir, that a lot of the processed foods that come under our food bill will be taken care of under commerce, and that, Mr. Speaker, what we have in terms of a food import bill will be seriously addressed and substantially reduced during this period for primary agriculture products. Mr. Speaker, breadfruit is consumed in Barbados frequently with our known pudding and sauce almost as a daily treat to Barbadians. If you go to a buffet, one of the things you're sure to find is some pudding and sauce and pickled breadfruit. What we are doing is an outreach and information program to people with breadfruit trees to help them to understand how to fertilize those trees so that you can increase the production and the yield from the breadfruit tree. And the ministry is currently working to put out a program that will bring those persons with breadfruit trees to the ministry and to help them to understand and collect any information that they would need in order to be able to get the breadfruit trees to yield more and to increase production. Mr. Speaker, the Barbados Agricultural Development and Marketing Corporation falls under the Ministry of Agriculture and Food Security. What I've done with the Barbados Agriculture and Marketing Development Corporation, what we know as BADMC, is to ask them to look at the structure of the BADMC, because I believe that it must be fit for purpose. And so therefore I've asked them to look at creating space for the private sector so that more poultry products can be produced locally whilst they shrink and reduce the importation of poultry products, and that is ongoing. Mr. Speaker, the BADMC is also working with its extension officers who are going out into the field, and they're making sure that land is available to farmers, farmers under the feed program, farmers empowerment and enfranchisement drive. We currently have an additional 200 recruited for training. Last year we graduated 100. All the farmers that we've graduated to date are on lands, and they were graduated in use of apiculture, where they are now, we have beekeepers in Barbados, more than we have had before. As a matter of fact, over 200 beekeepers have been trained in Barbados, and we are providing them with all the boxes as well to make sure that they can have the hives to keep bees. We need to keep bees because, one, it gives us an opportunity to increase our own honey production, but at the same time use the bees to pollinate our plants in order for us to be able to keep the vegetation of Barbados going and also maintain our ecology. Now, Mr. Speaker, the BADMC, through its pack house, will also be facilitating farmers in marketing of local produce, so that pack house will serve to negotiate, and they have already done so with the Barbados Hotel and Tourism Association. They are supposed to secure 60% of government procurement for all the local produce that is being used in our school meals program, in healthcare, and indeed right across the public service where food is provided. Mr. Speaker, in addition to all of this, we have now entered into an arrangement with the prison to utilize the land they have by providing assistance with inputs in terms of irrigation, in terms of seedlings, and in terms of training as well, to make sure we can ramp up production there with an additional 200 acres of land. And Mr. Speaker, the Barbados Defense Force has also come forward with 20 acres. So that overall, Mr. Speaker, we are talking about a total of just over 2,700 acres of land in production. And Mr. Speaker, currently, we have 1,524 acres already in production. That means, Mr. Speaker, that Barbados is already producing and is ramping up its production, not just for the period of COVID-19, but to meet our objective of food security in Barbados right across 2020, and indeed going forward. You will see that more land will return into production. At Constant, the BAMC will be going there because they have a well, and we'll be putting in the irrigation system and improving what they have, to give us an additional 32 acres, which would plant things like cabbage and tomatoes and carrots and beets and those crops. At Wakefield, and Barbadians know the story of Wakefield Plantation, Wakefield was under the Clico lands. But we are moving in now to take Wakefield, which is approximately 100 acres of land. And the BAMC will be clearing Wakefield. Wakefield has some of the most fertile soils in Barbados. Barbados went to Wakefield plantation to pick their own produce. Such were the times when they produced in abundance. And so, Mr. Speaker, we are going back to Wakefield plantation. And I've already spoken to the BAMC, and they're starting the cultivation process. They will be clearing the land so that we can have Wakefield available for Barbadians to have access to greater production as well. Now, Mr. Speaker, we've satisfied, and I'm indeed satisfied, that we have been able to wrestle this to the ground and to be able to build on whatever opportunities that are available to us to make sure that we can address any concerns with regard to a shortage of primary agricultural products during a period when people will be looking to the Ministry of Agriculture to perform. I have to say to you, though, Mr. Speaker, that in so doing, we have some constraints that must be addressed. And we do know that Barbados has been going through severe drought conditions. We had our worst drought in 2019. And so agriculture in Barbados is predominantly rain-fed agriculture. That is the reason why we are going to areas where there's infrastructure in place for irrigation. And we are preparing to spend as well to put in additional irrigation systems where there are existing wells so that we can increase water supply to the farmers. But this indeed must be a balancing act, because when you overuse your wells, you then start to get brackish water. And therefore, during the drought periods, we have to measure this carefully. Mr. Speaker, I'm happy to note that as a response to this, we are now going to be moving to technology-driven farming. And funds have already been identified up to $2 million to be able to give farmers an opportunity to own freight farms, or what Barbarians refer to as a container farm, that is completely retrofitted, can fit right next to your house and nobody knows that it is a farm. And that we are going to put some of these in the urban corridors of Barbados. I have already identified that some will go into Pine Basin. And I have spoken to Minister of Environment, Minister Prescott. I've mentioned already at Cabinet that the MPs who have responsibility for that area, and that will be the Minister of St. Michael's South, the MP, member for St. Michael's South East, member for St. Michael's South, member for St. Michael's South Central, member for St. Michael East. Those members will have an opportunity to then empower and enfranchise members of their constituency. And we have already taken a list of farmers that we will be placing in urban Barbados with container farms. So that what this does, it reduces the use of water. So if you're having consistent droughts, Mr. Speaker, and I see the honorable opposition leaders taking notes, and I knew that he might have focused on the drought until I introduced the container farms to mitigate that. And Mr. Speaker, I'm happy to tell you that those farms are less water intensive. So we address the problem with droughts right away. And once you have those farms, it creates a revolving system. So the water comes in, provides the nitrates to the plants, it goes back out so the roots don't have too much water at any one time. It goes into a tank system, is recharged, and it comes back in again. You do not have issues with droughts when you go in this direction. Currently at Redland, Mr. Speaker, and I was fortunate to go up there and meet with the owners. At Redland, they are doing hydroponic farming. It's the most beautiful sight. Mr. Speaker, and they can produce up to 20,000 heads of lettuce with about 4 or 5 varieties. Mr. Speaker, it is those kinds of models that we are replicating right across Barbados to give us scale in not just lettuce, but we can increase production in cherry tomatoes. And there are about 18 varieties of cherry tomatoes. They are actually, Mr. Speaker, green cherry tomatoes. So that when I went on a farm and I saw green cherry tomatoes and they asked me to sample, I said, but it's not yet right. And they told me, no, this is one of the varieties. You can try it. I tried it. And it's extremely delicious as well. I never thought that I can eat a raw tomato until I tried it. So now, Mr. Speaker, I am here to tell you that we have already in existence hydroponic farming, but we are going to increase that because what is the other constraint that we have in Barbados? And I don't speak to constraints in a vacuum. I don't speak to constraints to create a negative. I speak to constraints to identify what it is that has been brought to our attention as a humbug to agriculture, and then I speak to what we are doing to mitigate that. So that the other humbug is predial larceny. And Mr. Speaker, I would have addressed predial larceny by way of freight farms or container farms. Because freight farm basically is closed up. As a matter of fact, entrance and exit is highly prohibited. Because once you do that, you interfere with the temperature of the farm. So it is a planned activity. And, Mr. Speaker, the people who are going to be using those farms, as I've said many, many times before, can take one of these, a handheld device, sit in the car, go to the supermarket and say, oh, shoot, it's 6 o'clock. I got to turn on the lights, and can do so. They can take the iPad or the laptop and sit down in the bedroom or in the study or in the office and control the entire farm, including water moving through the system, including controlling the temperature. So if outside gets too hot, for example, and they need to make the farm cooler, they can do that. Mr. Speaker, these things are happening right now here in Barbados, and I can take anybody to visit Logan at Halton Plantation to see it happening. I have a group of young persons who are right there at Harts Gap that are already doing container farming. So that when we increase and spend the $2 million that we are spending from the Agricultural Development Fund to be able to provide the additional freight farms to be used in urban Barbados and to use for farmers who graduated from the feed program, Mr. Speaker, it therefore means that we are addressing a number of things. We're increasing production because in a freight farm, production is faster than in an open field farm. You're reducing the use of pesticides and herbicides. You're mitigating against plant disease. You're increasing yield, Mr. Speaker, and you're bringing control over predial larceny. But more importantly, Mr. Speaker, you're bringing a new type of farmer into agriculture. So that, Mr. Speaker, if I am to report to this honorable chamber for the 2 years that we were the government, and certainly my sojourn as Minister of Agriculture and Food Security, the fact that more farmers have come forward to be involved in farming in Barbados, and the fact that non-sugar agriculture in 2019 has increased by 10% over 2018 tells me that we are on the right track. Mr. Speaker, we have also a sugar industry that we will not let go of because it is important to Barbados. It provides employment. It provides an opportunity for us to earn foreign currency, and it supports our rum industry. Mr. Speaker, that industry and the farmers involved have had severe problems over the past 10 years with payments on time, lack of opportunity to put in fertilizers on time, no proper husbandry, so you had a big issue with coach on the farms. And Mr. Speaker, all this happened in Barbados simply because the farmers didn't have the money to carry out the programs. We have come to government and have wiped out all the debt to the farmers. In addition to doing that, we have been able to ask them to reduce the cost per ton of sugar cane from $160 a ton to $150. So we didn't only pay off their debt, we also got them to agree to a haircut. We also negotiated with them to get rid of the ECRIS. And the ECRIS gave them an easy $3,500 an acre for planting cane. Mr. Speaker, we said this is not working because at the end of the day, when you try to measure it, you're paying out more per ton of sugar than you will ever make. And we sat down and we negotiated it out. And we are being able to come up with a climate smart mitigation fund, which then forces the farmers to do all the husbandry practices in order to benefit. It addresses conditions of drought. It forces the farmers to make sure they keep the fields clean of coach. And Mr. Speaker, they must do the fertilization program on time to suit the rains in order for them to be able to get the yields they're looking for.
The honourable member has 2 more minutes.
2 more minutes. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I will do my best with the 2 minutes. Mr. Speaker, today, over the last 2 years, the sugar harvest in Barbados started on time and early. Mr. Speaker, this is unprecedented in this country when you consider that 2017, the crop started very late, and 2018 as well. And these things mean a lot to Barbadians because they create employment for Barbadians who otherwise would not be employed during this period. Mr. Speaker, we are now embarking on spending just over $6 million to deliver a full irrigation program to meet the production schedule for the short term. And that is by way of putting in the irrigation systems, by way of getting all of the necessary inputs, which will be the seeds, the seedlings, the fertilizers. You have to use some pesticides and herbicides as well, providing the training as well, ramping up a PR campaign, and bringing the plant material, clean planting material, by setting up all the nurseries, the 88 acres of additional land for clean planting material, what is called germplasm, so that we address all the challenges. The yams that are currently being planted, Mr. Speaker, are going back into plant material. So if you realize yams are planted but you're not getting any for consumption, it's because we're trying to build up the bank. When we put in 20 acres of planting material, we ramp up yams again. Same thing goes for cassava. And even though we are highly self-sufficient with sweet potatoes, we have to do the clean planting material. We're doing some at the home agriculture station, and we're also now doing additional acreage because we recognize the importance during this time, but beyond, in order for us to address food security in Barbados and reduce food imports of primary agricultural products. Mr. Speaker, I don't have to tell you that the farmers will now be empowered, but that they would also get the support that they were long asking for in terms of cultivation support. And we have a dearth of equipment in Barbados. Farmers can't afford. Many of those small farmers can't afford to buy tractors and plows, etc. And we have a responsibility to provide it. And we are doing so. So that at River and at Spring Hall and right across Barbados where you have small farmers, we are giving them the input support so that we can ramp up the production that we are looking for, Mr. Speaker. And I want to give Barbadians all assurance that if we speak to food security, we have food security. I'm obliged to you.
Honourable member for St. Michael South.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, sir. I'm thankful, like all other Barbadians, to have the opportunity, sir, to live in this great country, to be led by, I think, one of the greatest leaders in the world at this time, and to be able to face, sir, this crisis that has fallen upon the people with such a plan and with such dignity, sir, and with such grace. In my mother's house growing up, probably in yours, in many Barbadians, there used to be a small plaque on the wall, and it read, "God grant me the serenity to accept the things I cannot change, courage to change the things that I can, and the wisdom to know the difference." And as a boy, I memorized that. My mother made me memorize it, as she did all 8 of her children, I'm sure. But it has carried me, sir, through some very difficult times. That I should
I don't
ask.
remember the plaque was made out of what?
Huh?
Plaster Paris, the plaque.
It was a plaster Paris plaque, you know, the kind that chips. And when it broke, you would take milk and water and stick it back before mommy got home. Many of us growing up back in the day knew that there was a plaster Paris. You know it very well, Mrs. Speaker, sir. But that carried me, sir, through some very difficult times. It has, you know, when I ask the Lord, sometimes when I pray, I just ask for discernment. To be able to apply myself and deploy myself if I find myself as a resource in the most effective way. At the times that I need the courage, Lord, give me the courage. And at the times that I need to be serene and to accept, Lord, give me that level of serenity. And in relation to COVID, sir, there are things that we just have to accept. It is here. It did not start in Barbados. It did not start in the Caribbean. In fact, it did not even start in the Americas. But it is here. And I've asked the Lord to grant me the serenity to deal with it. But as one of the persons elected to this honorable place, sir, to find myself, like many others, in a position of leadership, I've asked the Lord now for the courage to do the things that I can. And I think that when I analyze what the government has done thus far, that we have approached this disease with such courage and such an analytical approach to it, that I am proud, sir, to be serving at this point in time under the Honorable Leader Mia Moore-Motley, who leads this country. But you know, I listen, sir, to the opposition leader, and I always do. And this is nothing political, this is the truth. I always listen to the opposition leader. I listen to the opposition too in the other place, in the Senate. I listen to the independent senators, and there are times, sir, when I know that we scoff at things that are said, and sometimes I go home and I reflect on what is said, because I'm curious about what people are saying, perhaps, that we do not hear. Because sometimes you may only hear that which you want to hear, which happens sometimes when you associate with people of like mind, and certainly with people of like politics. And I went home, and I've done it in the past, and I reflected on the contribution made by the Honorable Leader of the Opposition. And this is one of those rare occasions, sir, where I struggled honestly. And this is really not political, but this is one where I struggled to grasp the direction in which he was going. And I listened because, you know, as he said that there was, and even in terms of the estimates, he couldn't see where the government was going. And I've heard that argument before in relation to the economic plan. There was no plan, but there was a plan explained by the Prime Minister before, explained by the Minister and the Minister of Finance, explained by the Minister responsible for investment, the Minister responsible for labor. All of us at different stages have explained our plan. And I listened, sir, and I really don't think it was spoken out of some malicious intent. But I feel as if, sir, even as we approach the estimates, we started, sir, with the Minister of Education, the Honourable Member for St. Michael South East, who laid out very brilliantly the plan for young people in this country as it relates to education. Sir, we listened to the Honourable Member for Christchurch West Central, the Minister of Youth, who laid out brilliantly a plan for young people in this country. We also then, sir, listened to the Honourable Member in the other place responsible for Information Science and Technology, again, laying out a plan. So I saw a comprehensive plan for young people, sir, as we laid out the estimates. And then ministry after ministry, plan after plan. I also listened, sir, as we spoke about the COVID, and I would speak about that, sir, as minister with responsibility for the port. But we came into office, sir, at a time when Barbados, the Prime Minister calls it a perfect storm. We came into office, sir, when the country was facing difficult financial times, as you know, a climate crisis unprecedented, as you know. We're dealing with things that we've never had to deal with. We've been blacklisted at all levels, sir. But one after one, dealing with these things very effectively. But even in the midst of all that, sir, you saw within a year a country making a turnaround. You saw business people saying for the first time that they could feel the country on the up. You could sense that something was happening in this country. And then, of course, sir, now we stumble upon this. And Barbados was doing so well, sir. I came to the Parliament, sir, when I was discussing my head for the estimates, and I spoke about our potential for a debt swap. I won't do it now. But Barbados is seen in such high regard on the international scene that even though we found ourselves dealing with the IMF, sir, our debt was trading. When countries are about to go through this, sir, people pay 85 cents to the dollar. People want to sell off their debt. Barbados, people say, you know, you're going through the IMF, I'm not taking any chances with you. If I have $100, you owe me $100, I can take 85 cents from another man because you weren't able to pay me. Barbados' debt, sir, was trading at par. So where people had bought our bonds, sir, nobody was selling it at a discount because they know Barbados was going to be in a position to pay. But here's the shocker. It was not even then selling at par. It was selling above value. All of this in a year. This disease, sir, came at a time when Barbados was about to get itself in order. Of course, there's a long road to go, sir. But we were getting ourselves in order. And I think it's important, sir, even as we speak about this, sir, will this disease have an impact on Barbados? Of course. Of course. We knew, sir, the honorable member responsible for tourism, sir, spoke in this house about the contribution that tourism makes to GDP. At its most modest interpretation, sir, directly we would say about 15%, directly being modest, of our GDP is related to tourism. Indirectly about 25%. Some say up to 50%. So will it have an impact? Of course it is going to have an impact. We expect the economy to contract? Of course we do. Is the government going to take a hit on this? Of course it is. But that has never been the narrative of the government as we face the COVID, sir. We're not running around talking about how much money the government is going to lose. And of course, we're going to lose a lot of money, sir. But this has been a government, sir, that from the time the disease hit, sir, has shown that it cares about people over and over and over again. Sir, as minister responsible for the port, sir, and my contribution, I told the others was going to be brief, but they didn't believe me because I say so and I speak. But, sir, there would be an elephant in the room if I did not address what was happening in the port. And there is a saying, sir, you know, the way, how do you eat an elephant? They say bit by bit, piece by piece. That's how you eat an elephant. When you're faced with a large and mammoth task, you break it down into smaller component parts and you try to address it, sir. And I want to begin, sir, by thanking, before I say anything else, by thanking the members, the staff, the management, everyone who works in the Barbados port, sir, for the work that they have done over the last few weeks as Barbados has confronted this dreaded disease, sir. I want to thank all of the staff. I want to thank the mooring team, the dockers, sir, the people who clear the containers, sir, the management, the clerical staff. I want to thank all the people in the port. So I want to thank those who work in labor. Many people, sir, who would have expected or maybe even desired for there to be some follow in the port, sir, it didn't happen. Because I saw men and women going to work, sir, and determined to put their country's interests ahead of any other interest, sir. Not being mama guide, not being drawn into this whole idea that politics should divide us at a time when this thing does not care who rich, who poor, who black, who white, who's a B, who is a D. or any other party. But these men went to work, sir, and they worked hard, sir. They are on the front line of it. And of course, the staff had some concerns. I've seen some things that were expressed. None of it was true. The staff had some concerns, sir, and I want to thank the Ministry of Health, sir, because on numerous occasions they were inside the port. They were talking to the port staff about how to approach it, what are the best measures, how to stay safe. In the instances, sir, do you need gloves? Do you not need gloves? When to wear a mask? Do you need a mask? How often to wash your hands, sir? They've put sanitizers all over the port. In fact, I would dare say that many people in the Barbados port could educate other people about the disease, sir. Such has been the government's responsibility as it relates to educating the people in the port. But this, sir, this disease stirs emotions. And people obviously sometimes will get nervous from time to time. But we have been working with the team in the port, sir, to make sure that people stay safe. And why is that important, sir? As you know, the Barbados port, sir, has one place, sir. You know, we clear cargo and cruise in the same place. In fact, one of the things that this government is determined to do is to build a separate cruise pier to be able to separate cruise and cargo. So people pass, sir, where the food passes, sir. The same team oftentimes dealing with both. In the Barbados port, sir, this year, and I want to thank the minister responsible for tourism and the BTMI and so on, this year was looking like a fantastic year for the government. In fact, when the COVID hit its highest and the Association for Cruise made a declaration to stop cruises, sir, we were expecting another 81 stops in Barbados with about 150,375 persons to come to Barbados through the port. I really want to thank the Minister of Tourism. His job so far has been exemplary. And that, of course, sir, is a number of cruises, sir, a number of stops. But when I think about it, sir, I think about the taxi men who get work, the small shops who get work, sir, the people all around the port, all through the country, the people in Oisins on a Friday night now, the people who operate, sir, there by Festive Fridays, by Pelican, who get work. Because when we think about it, sir, it comes down to each and every one of us on a personal level. That is the truth. And all of us, sir, stand to lose. And I have a friend, I have many friends, but I have a friend, sir, who told me Barbados should have closed its port. And Barbados should have closed its airport months ago, from the time this thing broke in December, January. And I asked him, sir, if we closed in January, when would we reopen? I asked the question now, if we close, they believe, sir, that there's going to be a vaccine, sir. But with all the clinical trials and so on, within a year would be very, very, very quick. It doesn't normally happen. Within a year, if you've done all the trials and so on. So then I asked realistically, when would we close and when would we reopen? And I said to him, sir, I do not know your circumstances. That's what I said to him, not to you. I said to him, sir, I do not know your circumstances, but I'm telling you mine. And I do not know that I could afford to live in Barbados or any other place, or most Barbadians, sir, not going to work for a month, 2 months, 3 months, 4 months, sir, without a salary. Well, how are you going to feed your children? How are you going to feed your family? How are you going to feed yourself? There is no end sight, no end date in sight. And I asked him, I said, can you afford? And he said, well, people should stay home from work. And I agreed. I said, fine, let people stay home from work. Do you expect to be paid for the duration of the time you're home, for that year that you're home? And if you don't expect to be paid, how are you going to feed yourself? And if you don't want anybody coming, how is the food going to get to the country? Because you don't want anybody coming to Barbados, sir. We have, I believe, sir, that this government has taken the most practical, sensible, yet sensitive approach in dealing with this virus, sir. We have been very, very cautious at our ports of entry. Many people do not know that when other governments were dilly-dallying about this, the Barbados government was already in planning. And that Barbados started testing for the virus before many other countries. And that we were tracing people, sir, where they started their journey, where they went, sir. And if you had presented to the port or the airport, having been to a country of interest, you were brought in sometimes, sir, questioned, quarantined. All these things were happening behind the scenes. We've had cases, sir, that we did not speak to in public, where a particular boat ship, sir, was asking to come to Barbados, and because of the threat, we said, no, don't come here. But that we've measured the threat to Barbados every single time a ship docks in the port. And that we've taken, sir, every precaution, even then as you come off the port, sir, to test your health. Mind you, sir, before you do that, you have to send the declaration to Barbados so that we evaluate the health status of the members on the passengers on the ship. And in cases, sir, where we had doubts, we had the persons, sir, members from the doctors from the Ministry of Health, taking the necessary precautions, boarding the ships, taking the blood, doing the tests, sir, testing for the virus, sir, and before those persons could clear, sir, they have had to come back negative before they came into Barbados. There has been no wanton disregard for the health of Barbadians at the port. In fact, the opposite is true. That we have been very busy testing people from the start. We have been managing where people came from as they came through the port, sir. From the start, we have taken every possible precaution. And if you look now, sir, I must tell you, Mr. Speaker, sir, that I have friends from school days and some that I've met along the way all over the world. I have a friend in China. And she told me before the virus, it was like January, February, before it got to become a pandemic, that she lives nowhere near Wuhan at the time, but they closed off where they'd lived. And that she was locked up in her place, and she too, sir, because these are not the stories that you hear, was not able to access food. I have a Barbadian friend who came home from London, sir. Today we spoke, and she told me that in London, it became very difficult, sir, to get food, even now. And that the fear among the students is not COVID. The literal fear is starvation. Because when you start to close off bit by bit, piece by piece, people, sir, suffer. We have to be careful. We saw a clip at the Social Partnership recently, where in Jamaica, we saw a lady, sir, it's on the internet, so it's not a secret, who was saying that in her village, they'd close off her village, and she couldn't get anything to eat. Her family couldn't get anything to eat. The place where she would normally do her business was now being taken over by some other force, sir, and she could not sell. And she was saying, how am I supposed to eat? We have to be careful, sir. And I feel that the approach that the Barbados, sir, I would never come to the people of Barbados and tell a lie. I feel the approach that we have taken, sir, is the most sensible approach that could have been taken in these circumstances, and I thank the Prime Minister for her leadership in the matter, sir. I really do. And I feel, sir, it is important for us to make that point. Well, currently, sir, there are about 9 ships in the port. And most of those ships, sir, I mean, I've seen so many pictures of people looking at the beautiful sight of many, many ships. It would have, on another day, that would be on the front page as good news. The many, many ships that are in the port, it's a beautiful sight to see. People again in panic. Mind you, most of those ships you see out there, so a lot of them are empty. The passengers are already gone. And Barbados has had its international commitments where ships at home port in Barbados have to come to Barbados to home port. Those are some contracts we've signed, sir. Again, we've taken every precaution. The persons who come are being shepherded to the airport, out of the country. A lot of them on chartered flights, not engaging with Barbadians, not exposing anybody to anything. But I also know, sir, that at the end of the day, what matters sometimes in these moments is not the people that keep noise against you. It is the silence of your friends, sir. It is the silence of your friends. And I am happy to say that Barbados is standing up as a shining example of leadership in the world at a time when the world desperately needs leadership, sir. But there are 9 now in the port. A few of them, what happens, sir, is that they come in, the passengers disembark, and they move off. Another ship would come in, they disembark, move off, sir, and they head not to the town, not to the beach, to the airport. In a coach, sir, most of the time, and straight to the airport, out of the country. That is what is happening. And the crew who remains in Barbados, or who had remained in Barbados up to that point, were tested, sir, every single time they got off the ship. The normal protocol is for if the crew is here, they would come off, they would get the test, or we would get the health declaration, and they would go and they come and go because we've had a health declaration. We've been requesting it, sir, every day, twice a day. We are not taking any chances. So every day, twice a day, we were requesting it, making sure that the crew was healthy, sir. And of course, I mean, if the ship has been here for 13, 14 days, after they've been here, sir, it is likely that if they picked it up, then they must have had to pick it up in Barbados. But we've been testing them, sir. Taking no chances with the health, sir, of Barbadians, sir. And it's because we've taken every precaution. I am confident, sir, that Barbados will do its best to deal with this disease. Could we have stopped it? I do not think so. Show me a country, sir, that can say I have then closed my borders, that I have stopped COVID from entering. In fact, sir, in some of our examples, we've seen that we received the persons who came with Barbadians. We have, sir, to manage it, to contain it. The member responsible for the city is working all out to be able to do so, sir. We are taking no chances. But I will stand by my people. I stand by my people in the port, sir. I stand by my people in St. Michael's South. I'm sure you stand by the people in St. Michael's Central. I stand by my people. And that is why you will find me being careful, but being out there, talking to my people, sending clips, talking to them through this. There are no guarantees. I cannot promise anybody they're not going to come into contact with the disease. I cannot. But I've said, sir, to be careful, wash your hands, keep your distance, make sure the elderly in the community, sir, get what they need. Even when we're delivering foodstuff or hampers, I've told my people, wipe them off. Advise the person who's receiving to wipe them off. Just be careful. That's the most we can do, but we can guarantee that the most people who get sick, sir, will not die from it. Most, 80%, it is 80% that they say is mild, and that 97% will recover. And that, therefore, because of that, sir, I am confident, sir, that we will get through this. And I'm very thankful for the work that has been done in the port. And I know, sir, that there are Barbadians now with pre-existing conditions, high blood pressure, diabetes. My mother, sir, is 74 years old. And my mother, who was one of the healthiest people I know, now complains for her joints. I hope she's not listening. But she now complains for her joints hurting her. Her blood pressure is up, and she's taking medication. My mother presents now as the kind of case, sir, that would be affected critically by COVID. And I could never, in clear conscience, come to the Parliament and say one thing when I'm exposing my mother. And I know, sir, that every precaution the government has taken, sir, is the most that the government can do. And we're continuing to test, sir. Supplies are limited on the world scene. You would believe that if you were to fly to Canada today or New York or someplace else, that you'd get better care. There is no other place, I'm being very honest, that I would rather be right now than Barbados. There is no other person I would rather have lead me right now than the Honorable Prime Minister. In New York, there are all kinds of problems. I am told, sir, that in London, people are taking foodstuff out of other people's grocery carts. You remember Hobbes? And that, you know, at nature, essentially, in the social contract, man at his core is brutish, and life is short. Solitary, nasty, and brutish. And that we are seeing men return sometimes in some places to that behavior. You saw a clip in the US where people are not running to buy food. People are lining up around the block to buy guns. It was all over the news. People are lining up in the US in some states to buy guns because they fear the social unrest. We have to manage it, sir. We have to manage the panic. We have to manage the fear. We have to warn the people, sir, who are being dangerous now, who are putting messages on social media to cause panic. Somebody sent me a letter now that's supposedly from the government of Barbados saying that these people cannot travel this place and you cannot go to this particular supermarket and that the health department would only be open from this time to... I mean, nonsense. People have sent me all kinds of things. That somebody is sitting down at home by a computer or on a phone and deliberately trying to cause unrest. And I feel that when we find who those persons are, so we have to deal with them because they're going to drive the country unnecessarily so, sir, into a state of panic. And I wish therefore to again commend the government for the approach that it has taken, sir, in dealing with these issues, sir. And there's some, sir, who have now taken it to become their role as prophets of gloom and doom. Prophets of gloom and doom. Everything is going to nothing in Barbados. And if you look at what's happening on the world, so Barbados remains one of the most calm, most peaceful places, even in the light of this. Are there things that we yet have to do? Of course. Are we where we would like to be? No. But no place in the world is. And that we are way better prepared than many other places, sir. The way this disease was addressed in the port, sir, is first class. The way the port team has responded to it, sir, by putting themselves on the front line, sir, and listening to reason, sir, is first class. The management, sir, first class, and the guidance of the chairman in the port. And I could easily say the same for the airport, but the member for St. James Central, I think he spoke to that when he spoke. First class. So, sir, as I close, sir, I just wish to again thank this chamber. As I said, I want to close as I began. I listened to the opposition leader, and I really do not think that he is a man, sir, prone to ill intent. I don't. And I, sir, will not scoff at his remarks. And I said, sir, I go home and I think about the things he says most of the time. I listen to the other persons on the other side, sir, because the only way we can grow, sir, is if we engage with the other side, with persons whose opinions are not our opinions. And I did not come in this house to stagnate, sir. And I did not come to be anybody's echo chamber. But I want to learn, sir, and I listen. But I find myself on this particular occasion, sir, struggling. I really am. And I feel as if the government has put in place a policy, sir. We've listed the stages. I feel as if the port is doing a good job. The airport is doing a good job, sir. The different departments responsible, sir, for the various things, sir, are doing a good job. The health workers. I mean, in Jamaica, you saw, sir, you might have seen taxi drivers choosing not to drop home the nurses because they fear the nurses going to put something into their taxis. And this kind of madness, sir, is what is going to perpetuate the virus for a longer period than it must. It's going to stir fear, sir, deeper than it must. And there's some dangerous and vicious lagoons left by that kind of meandering, unmanaged flow of thought, sir, that people express, sir, without guiding their own tongues, guiding their pens and their fingers on the internet, sir. It's dangerous. And it's those vicious little lagoons that are left that cause people to drown, sir, and will take life, not the virus itself. And I therefore wish to caution against it, Mr. Speaker, sir. And I want to thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir, for allowing me the few minutes to speak. Again, I want to thank the staff in the port. I give Barbadians the assurance as minister responsible for the port that we are taking no chances at all in the port. And that the staff, sir, is taking no chances, sir, that they're well trained. But I give this final assurance that when that time comes, as it may, when decisions have to be taken, sir, in relation to whether we continue to open the port as we do now, that those decisions will be taken, sir. But it has to be guided, sir, one, by the science, sir, and two, about being practical about the way things have changed. It cannot, sir, be driven by fear. But when that time comes, if it does, sir, those decisions will be made. But as it stands, sir, I remain a humble servant of the people. Sir, I want to thank my colleagues, all 28 of them, sir, who sit in this chamber, and the other one who soon will sit in this chamber. I want to thank all of them, sir, for the work that they're putting in, sir. and that the way that they have risen, sir, in this time when the world cries out for humanity, the humanitarian approach to leadership, sir. I want to thank them for the leadership, sir, that they are exhibiting at this difficult time. And may the good Lord continue to bless this little country, sir. Because at the end of the day, unless the good Lord keepeth this city, all of us who watch in vain. I thank you, sir. Let's hand this speaking.
Honorable member for St. James South.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and let me thank my colleagues for giving me the opportunity. And I am really moved by the speeches today in the Parliament. As I listen, I hear the heartfelt, sincere commitment of members in this House to this country, the sincere commitment of members of this House to their constituents, and their sincere commitment to the issue of governance. I think like no other, this particular experience that we're having with COVID is giving people a new perspective on a number of things. Over the past couple of weeks, I've watched the reactions of people here in Barbados, overseas, and one of the things it is certainly doing is giving people an appreciation for that which they took for granted. People have taken for granted relationships, being able to hug and touch each other. They take work for granted. Indeed, some people are careless with their work, carelessness with their health. But if it's one silver lining that COVID will deliver to Barbados, it is to help Barbados to begin to appreciate the importance of their lives and the fact that we must each do our part in making life work. There's so much that we need to do as a result of it. But before I share that, I just want to put in perspective the role of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade in relation to the well-being of Barbados, the achievements of Barbados, and the role that we will have to play in supporting our colleagues as they seek to respond to COVID and to ensure that this country stays on track and is not derailed by the economic impact of COVID. If it's one thing this pandemic does for us as not only a nation, but certainly the family of humanity, is to help people to understand the importance of trade. And I'll explain what I mean. As countries have sought to protect themselves, as they've sought to protect their citizenry, they have beaten a retreat behind their borders. And in beating a retreat behind their borders, they've affected trade. In beating a retreat behind their borders, they've stepped back from the high levels of engagement that nations have with each other. Indeed, the relationship between nations is actively governed by trade. The power relations, the political power relations of the various countries really depends on their economic power, and economic power flows from out of your trade. Therefore, when trade is broken, it can actively reduce the ability of nations to be able not only to provide for their citizens, but it changes the dynamics of the geopolitics in which we engage. And how does trade and economic power advance? How does the relationship between nations advance? It happens because we have a thing called foreign affairs and foreign trade, that all nations will have a ministry whose specific role is to initiate the engagement between a country and its neighboring countries to establish the terms and conditions of those relationships, especially to facilitate trade and to build economic power. And for Barbados, that is the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade. The national policy objectives of any nation, and certainly since coming into office, if we look at our mission critical initiatives, if you look at our economic growth initiatives, if you look indeed at the plan which the Cabinet and Prime Minister have put together to be able to walk this nation through this COVID, in order to facilitate each of those ministries in doing what they need to do, there is a role for foreign affairs and foreign trade to assist them in doing that. And what are some of the things that we do? We pave the road for ministry initiatives. So, for example, one of our tasks is to establish cooperation between ourselves and countries of like mind, countries who want to engage us for a common purpose. And so the Ministry of Foreign Affairs would have, since we came in, sought to activate and intensify, for example, relationships with China. And out of that, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs was able to sign the Belt and Road Initiative, which has led to the financing of the stadium for Barbados, which we are sorely in need of. Indeed, our children just this week were engaged in their athletics, and the need for a new stadium was very, very evident. And we will get one. Why? Because the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade would have assisted in negotiating with China the Belt and Road Initiative to make the resources available so that the Ministry of Sports and Culture now can carry out its objective. And the reason why I raise it is to demonstrate the role that we play in helping each ministry achieve their objective. So one is to get cooperation around a number of things that advance our policy initiatives. The second thing we do is negotiate the movement of people so that we agree with each other, countries agree with each other, on what terms will people move from one country to another. So we would negotiate visa agreements, determine who needs to have a visa to enter Barbados, agree who we will give a visa waiver to so that we can fast-track business, agree on whether we will create an air services agreement that allows our planes to move, agreements to allow ships to dock. This is the base work that is initiated by Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade to allow all of the activities that take place to achieve the objectives of our nation, achieve the objectives of our citizens. These are initiated by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade. We negotiate rules of engagement. We do not live in a world by ourselves. So we are constantly interacting with things that are known as our common heritage. And therefore, countries have to behave in a particular way in relation to that common heritage. How we treat the sea, how we treat the air, how we treat a number of things. And therefore, we join various bodies. We are represented by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs in a number of different organizations that seek to set up the rules and terms of engagement for how we deal with the common heritage of man. So, for example, we are part of UNCLOS that has to deal with the law of the sea. We have agreements and sign on to arrangements that drive maritime law and maritime agreements. So, for example, during this COVID experience, many Barbadians expressed concern about why are we letting ships come here? They expressed concern, why are we letting people dock? But Barbados has signed on to a number of agreements that says that we must support the things that we have agreed to, that if a ship is in distress, we have a responsibility to assist out of humanitarian concerns. But it gives us the power to do it in a way that will not expose us to excessive danger. And so you would have seen the Prime Minister, the Minister who leads in Maritime Affairs, the Port Authority, exercising those obligations, those rights, those responsibilities in relation to the ships that wanted to dock here because they had illness aboard or they had a problem, and we were able to negotiate and assist without putting ourselves in danger. Indeed, the Ministry of Health was intimately involved in that. But all of this is part of our honoring the rules of engagement, which would have been negotiated under the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. We also monitor compliance. We monitor whether or not the terms of trade that we engage in meet the international standards that we've agreed to. We monitor whether others are following those traditions and therefore not endangering Barbados' trade. And our job is, when these things arise, is to make representation for the Barbados interests in a number of arenas. And I will have shared with the Honourable House before the work that we do in COTED, which is where we do a lot of our work in protecting our domestic production and our domestic interests in trade. For example, we monitor compliance with WIPO, which deals with intellectual property. How are Barbadians going to engage with the intellectual property of others and honor their rights? And similarly, protect the intellectual property rights of Barbadians so that they can use their intellectual property to build wealth and to do trade. One that you'll be more familiar with is our engagement with the Paris Agreement, which is where countries came together to develop a plan of action governing climate action. And this is where we would have agreed that we were going to reduce our carbon footprint, that we were going to seek to achieve carbon neutrality by 2030, that we were going to plant 1 million trees, and that we were going to ban single-use plastics. All of those come out of the things that we've agreed to at the Paris Agreement. This is the initial work of the Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade, and then the bulk of implementation then is done by line ministries. So everything that we do in Barbados, everything that affects your daily life, at some level, Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade engages in paving the road for it. What we have is a broad network. You have to think of it as an operating system inside of a computer. When you're using your laptop, when you're using your phone, when you're using your computer, you don't worry about the operating system below that is making available to you the programs that you want to work on, or your access to the internet, or the various activities you can engage in. You take that for granted. But if it stops working, and you are unable now to execute those tasks or do those activities which you wish to undertake, you suddenly become aware that that network is not working. That's exactly what it is like with Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade. Many people are not aware of it, but if we stop working, if we mess up, if we don't do what we are supposed to do, a number of things will grind to a halt in Barbados. And that is one of the reasons why collaboration across the ministries with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs is so critical to the smooth running of the Barbadian national objectives. And how do we do this? In our estimates, monies have been voted to allow us to continue to do this work. We have 13 missions across the world that look after the interests of Barbados, Barbadian citizens, Barbadian enterprises, our nation as a whole. And they're across a number of countries. Many of you know where they're located. We've added an additional 3, so we're up to 16 now. We would have shared with you before that we were opening the mission in Ghana. We've opened one in Panama. We're looking to open one in Kenya. That will bring us to approximately 16. And the work that we have to engage in is to be able to use all of these missions in the various locations to help us to navigate not only our domestic policy as has been laid out over the past 2 years, but also in response to COVID, to be able to negotiate with other countries as we seek to find recovery, as we seek to find resources and share resources. Indeed, and in fact, we've been tasked to assist the Ministry of Health in finding additional ventilators, in finding additional resources that are going to be needed to help Barbados weather the storm of COVID. Now, COVID will come and COVID will go. I think it was very well said by the Honourable Member for St. Michael South when he was sharing. The Honourable Member for Christchurch West as well. That COVID will impact the health of a number of people. That 80% of the population may contract COVID and have a very mild experience. We'll deal with it in the same way that they deal with the common cold or the common flu. We know that 20% may have a severe illness, but out of that 20%, at least 5% will be critical, will need ICU, intensive care treatment, may need a ventilator. And if Barbados does what it needs to do, and if there is a time that this nation can use a crisis to help Barbados grow to another level, it is this one. That to weather COVID, no man is an island, no man can do only that which is good for himself. He must think and do what is good for the community, because if the community breaks, if the community's economic activities break, if the healthcare system breaks, if the security system breaks because it is overwhelmed, then all of our lives are at risk. And therefore, it is important for every Barbadian to understand that there are some things that we need to do to manage the COVID, and then there are things that we will be called on to do to manage recovery out of COVID. In managing, going through the challenge of that epidemic, it is important that we observe the personal protocols, everyone. The washing of hands, the covering of the mouth if coughing or sneezing, making sure that you sanitize around you, maintaining the social distance. Each of us can do these simple acts to protect this country. But while we're seeking to manage the impact of COVID, we must at all costs preserve the continued functioning of the country to avoid massive layoffs across the country. Now, what can happen in an epidemic of this sort? That if your tourism has a strong downturn and you get layoffs in the hotel industry, the knock-on impact is going to flow into your retail sector, your general services sector. It's going to affect your mortgages. It's going to affect insurance. It's going to affect a number of things. So what is it we must do in order to preserve Barbados while it is going through? Because indeed, when COVID is finished, the lasting economic impacts may be with us for many years if we don't take guard. And this is why I want to urge Barbadians. Your government has this in hand. Your government has this in hand. If you had been privileged to sit with us as a cabinet, as our Prime Minister, as the civil servants from the various ministries that have responsibility for our response, and you were privileged to listen to the planning in terms of health, in terms of how we're going to alert every staff member in our ministries as to the protocols that would be activated in order to protect civil servants and at the same time protect the delivery of the essential government services that must continue to function, COVID or no COVID. If you had been privileged to listen to the reports of the engagement with the social partners, the business community, labor, as each sought to lay out their case to talk and share about what it was they needed, but more importantly, what they will do to help stabilize and root the country so as to minimize the economic shaking, to minimize economic devastation in this country. The reason for that, Mr. Speaker, is because this country has already gone through 10 years of hardship. And we have been on the path to recovery. And the people bearing a major portion of the brunt of that economic chaos has been the people at the bottom, and we have to protect them at all costs. Our Prime Minister will share, the Honourable Member for St. Michael Northeast, will share with the country the economic plans that they've put in place to protect this nation. And as we follow the plan, as each person plays his or her part, we will come out of here in as good a condition as we can manage and continue on our journey to economic growth, to economic prosperity, where every Barbadian can find hope and be at peace and in security and take care of their needs and take care of their families. We will continue on that road. But we cannot do it without every person doing what needs to be done. I want to particularly congratulate our port workers, our health workers, our doctors, our nurses, our paramedics, pharmacists, our transport workers, our sanitation workers, the people who work at our supermarkets, the people who teach our children. Each of them must play their part to prevent the collapse of the economy while we do what needs to be done to take care of the health of the vulnerable, to take care of the health of the elderly until this wind passes. And when we do that, recovery will be on the way. And recovery is going to give us the opportunity to do some new things. For example, at the social level, we've seen a deterioration in how Barbadians have been relating to each other. We've been highlighting a lot of the weaknesses that we have seen creeping into our social fabric. But COVID is now asking us to behave as a community, to look out for our elderly, to share, to take time, to stop and do things for the elderly. It is asking us to care for each other in a new way. It is also asking us to work together in a new way. And I want to provide an example, Mr. Speaker. Right now, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade is heavily engaged with the Commonwealth. The Commonwealth is seeking to reorient itself and to deepen the trade among its members. They have an aim to be able to deepen trade by 2030 to bring it to $2 trillion. For Barbados to be able to participate in this, it is important that we don't let our economy go too far down as a result of the COVID, and to stay focused on the critical things that we need to do. Some of the things that they're dealing with under this Commonwealth Cluster Initiative is, one, looking at the regulatory cluster, getting countries to sit down together and look at best practices in making sure the ease of doing business, making sure you create an enabling environment for trade to take place. You're talking about the electric single window that the Ministry of Commerce spoke about when they were in the well. You're talking about the work that is being done at the port and at customs to be able to facilitate trade in Barbados. Looking at the rules, making sure the rules are fair and properly applied, creating the conditions that make it easy for investment to happen. The country didn't get the opportunity to hear the Ministry of Economic Affairs and Finance, but I know that from time to time in this honorable chamber, they have shared significantly with us what are the things they're doing to transform town planning so that the ease of business can take place. So the regulatory cluster is actually, of the Commonwealth, is actually being led by Barbados. An officer in the Ministry of Foreign Trade actually leads that cluster. In the digital cluster, we're looking at how we can create the value chains using the digital technology to create new opportunities for business. How are we going to ensure that the population acquires the necessary skills to make use of digital technology for trade? The e-commerce platform. How are you going to protect the consumer when they're engaging in e-commerce? These are the things that would come under the Ministry of Commerce. These are some of the things that might touch on the Ministry of Industry, etc. And so, what we are seeking to do within these clusters is to prepare the nations to engage in more trade. And we need to take advantage of it because it is one of the roads that would lead us away from the impact of the COVID economic disaster. Another area within the Commonwealth clusters are the supply side. And this is where they're looking at smart agriculture and smart fishing. How can we use technology and the latest approaches in the management of fishing and fisheries and in the management of agriculture? So you heard the honorable member for St. Philip South share extensively about what is being done in agriculture. Assistance and technical cooperation is available to Barbados to execute that plan through the Smart Agriculture Program that is being run out of the Commonwealth. Smart Fishing, which will impact on the honorable member of St. Michael's South, his program in the Ministry of Maritime and Blue Economy, etc., will be impacted by what is going to come out of the supply side of the Commonwealth program. So that in front of us, we have opportunities that when we are seeking to emerge from all the impact of COVID, there are things that we can lay a hold of and do to help hold Barbados up. But none of that works, Mr. Speaker, if our people do not work. If we are going to bring the regulatory side to a level where it meets the international standard for doing business, it means that every single civil servant needs to move to the top level of performance in the execution of their duties. And they can do it. They can do it. Our country had the privilege of not only listening to ministers in the well, they were able to listen to civil servants presenting in a professional manner about all of the activities that they're doing. And each one of those activities is going to be important for us participating in increased trade via the Commonwealth. COVID also is bringing a transformation for our trade. We have advised in the Ministry of Foreign Trade not only that we should look for alternative suppliers within CARICOM. In other words, we may not be able to rely on our traditional suppliers to send the goods that they're accustomed sending, especially if they're essential to the fight within COTED. You can guarantee that somebody is going to hold back an order from extra-regional sources that we might need in order to get through what we need to get through. So what should we do? We should immediately turn to see where we could source that same product or that same service or that same equipment somewhere in CARICOM or somewhere in Latin America, or see what we can do to transform an existing business to allow us to be able to produce it for ourselves. And a good example, Mr. Speaker, was what we heard on television yesterday from the president of the Barbados Manufacturers Association. So many people are out of hand sanitizer, which is going to be a lifeline for a lot of people in order to maintain their protocols and keep themselves healthy. The president of the Barbados Manufacturers Association shared with the country, we are looking at making hand sanitizer. Why? Because we already have a company here that produces alcohol, and therefore making hand sanitizer is going to be an easy thing for us to do. The question is why we didn't think of it before. But the thing about a crisis causes you to dig deep, to go to do other things in order to be able to respond to a problem. And this is what is happening with Barbados Trade, where businesses are recognizing, is there something else that I can do now to protect Barbados and protect my business? Now, what would be the role of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade in assisting a company to make hand sanitizer? Well, these are some of the things that we ordinarily do, but it will certainly come in very handy as we're trying to do this transformation. One, we can help by putting safeguards in place to protect our domestic industries. We are able to negotiate the tariff in order to protect a budding industry, or indeed to block the imports of a particular product if we consider it to be necessary. In the case of the hand sanitizer, no, we would want to have that come in, but we also need to make and to produce. But if we needed to protect it, we could. We heard on the news today, Mr. Speaker, the fisher folk crying out because they sell tuna to the United States market, and they're able to sell that tuna, I believe, at $14, $15 a pound. Now, they can't sell it to Barbadians at $14, $15 a pound because our pockets would not be able to sustain such a heavy demand. But because you have the interruption now of the transporting trade, that's why it's so important that with all the appropriate safeguards, with all the appropriate protocols, all the appropriate protections, we need to get our movement of ships resuming as quickly and as safely as we can. But because the shipping is not available, our fishermen now are left with tons and tons of tuna on their hands that they would ordinarily export. And we would have heard the plea for Barbadians to come and take up the excess. I was hoping they would say, Mr. Speaker, that they had some additional flying fish, but that seems to be still scarce. However, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade, part of our remit would be that if, for example, the fisher folk needed protection from imported fish, if we were getting swamped or getting a glut, this is where foreign trade would step in and work with the Ministry of Agriculture, the Ministry of Commerce, and to develop a program for protecting the fish. With the ramping up, one of the things, I just want to say this, there's some businesses that pride themselves on taking their, thank you, I'm actually winding up now, thank you, Mr. Speaker. They pride themselves on taking all of their goods from one source. But over the years in business, I've learned from some business people that that is not always a wise practice. Because in times of emergency, if your single source dries up, then you may find it difficult to get goods from another supplier because he may already have a limit and wants to keep his ring of customers who've supported him over the years, keep them supplied so he does not lose them, and therefore he may not wish to sell to you as you are now coming in a crisis and you do not support him year round. And so it is good business practice, where practical, for people to keep two suppliers. If you're bringing in 100 units of something, it makes sense to take 80 from one supplier so you can get the economies of scale in your pricing, but you get another supplier that you give a little 20% because in the time of trouble, you might have to divert to that person and beg them to bring you up to 40%. And this will effectively help you to get through a crisis. So it's a piece of advice that I think businesses could focus on and use this opportunity that if you're going to divert a part of your imports from your regular supplier to another supplier, I want to recommend that you look through the region to do so, to look on the SIMSU Pro and the regional trade portals that tells you what is made in the region and identify another supplier in the region so that we can keep our economies buoyant by diversifying where we take our stuff from. And to close, Mr. Speaker, I know many Barbadians feel afraid, especially those who have underlying conditions and those who are elderly. Many of them are looking at COVID as a death sentence, but it doesn't have to be. I really appreciated what the Honourable Member for Christchurch West read. One of my favorite verses for a time like this is from Psalm 121. I will lift up my eyes to the hills from whence cometh my help. My help cometh from the Lord who made heaven and earth. He will not suffer your foot to be moved. He who keeps guard over you will not slumber. Indeed, he who watches over Israel, he who watches over Barbados, will neither slumber nor sleep. The Lord is thy keeper. The Lord is your shade on your right hand. The sun will not harm you by day, nor the moon by night. The Lord will keep you from all harm, and he will preserve your soul. The Lord will keep guard over your coming in and your going out, both now and forevermore. And may God bless this precious rock.
Honourable Member for St. Lucie.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I rise to support this appropriation bill as laid in this honorable parliament. My speech will be quite short, as I recognize that there are a number of my colleagues who would wish to so make a contribution at this time. I'm happy, Mr. Speaker, to be part of this administration, and as I look into our manifesto, as I often do each and every day, and particularly so as we seek to carry out the mandate that the people of Barbados have given this government, we read from pages 1, from pages 6 to 11. There are 17 mission critical policies and actions listed. The first states that we would rebuild our foreign reserves, which today, the last figure reported we got is about $1.5 billion. We said we will deal with the debt. We have been able to restructure both local and foreign debt. We said we will bring tax relief, Mr. Speaker, sir, and we have done that. We said we would give refunds, we return to the refunding, VAT refunds and so on, Mr. Speaker. We have done that. We said at number 5, we will help people to live. We are doing that, Mr. Speaker, sir. And as I reflect on these things, had this government not done all those things that I just stated, we would be in a serious situation today in terms of how we can continue to help our people and how we can guide the ship of state through this difficult period. Mr. Speaker, sir, I want to just briefly touch on the work within our ministry. You heard my colleague and my friend, the Honorable Member for Christchurch West, spoke about the number of things that we would have done thus far. And with $77 million in this estimates under Head 80, Mr. Speaker, we will continue to do cleaning of culverts, drains, water courses, still happening, well contracts, cleaning of storm wells, and so on, as we prepare Barbados, because government must continue its work. COVID-19 is but a part of what has come to us at this point in time. I remember, Mr. Speaker, sir, on November 9th in St. Lucie, we had what we never anticipated. Never anticipated amount of rainfall, about 9 inches of rainfall in a short period. Areas flooded and so on. And this government and this Ministry of Transport, Works and Maintenance, Mr. Speaker, had already begun some cleaning in that constituency, which I happen to represent, and proudly so. Had that not been the case, Mr. Speaker, what resulted then would have been far worse. Had this government not put in place and dealt with all those measures that I spoke about just now, our country would be in a far worse situation as we face COVID-19. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank those many workers across Barbados, and in particular those in the Ministry of Transport, Works and Maintenance, who have gone to work every day to make a difference across this country in their respective areas, because not all are economists, not all are nurses and teachers, but there are those who do the work. We talk about the sanitation people. We talk about the drivers, the minibus persons. We talk about the persons at the Barbados Water Authority, who have all made and continue to make their contribution, Mr. Speaker, to this country. I want to thank those in the various depots across Barbados, those at the National Conservation Commission, all those persons who have helped to clean and keep this country the way it is. Mr. Speaker, the renowned calypsonian Lil Rick, and I am a fan of calypso, clean lyrics. He wrote a song, this particular song. Yes. There's hit after hit after hit after hit. This government has faced hit after hit after hit after hit. Real challenges, Mr. Speaker, sir, as we came to office, matters we had to deal with. We could not shift it to anybody else because we were and are the government. We have not shirked from our responsibility. And I heard the passion in the voice of the Honorable Member for St. Michael South as he spoke today, Mr. Speaker. I heard the passion in the Honorable Member of St. James South as she spoke in the various areas, in their various capacities, as to how we as Barbadians and how this government is going to pilot this plane called Barbados through this storm, COVID-19. We understand our mission. We had to deal with garbage. We had to deal with sewage. We had to deal with water wars. We had to deal with transport. We had to deal with the QEH. We had to deal with education. Hit after hit after hit after hit, Mr. Speaker. But we stood up. We stood up to the test led by the Honorable Prime Minister, the Honorable Member for St. Michael Northeast. And we have brought, through the help of God, the country thus far. We are not now prepared and will not now jump ship. We will not abandon ship. But we stand here by Barbados, and I heard, Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Member for Christchurch West, and it is not, I don't call it coincidental. It is divine intervention. If you don't believe in it, I do, and strongly so, Mr. Speaker. He read from Psalm 23. We had no conversation this morning. And my speech, this verse, yea, though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I fear no evil, for thou art with me. And I want Barbadians to take comfort in that. I take comfort in it. I want my constituents in St. Lucie to take comfort in it, because God is with us. God does not bring you to something that his grace cannot take you through. And I want us to understand that. The word declare, I'm closing. You know, I said I'm going to be short. But I believe I had to give this word to the people of Barbados and to my colleagues today. The word declares, and I heard the Honorable Member for St. Michael South, again, it is not coincidental. Except the Lord keep the city, the watchman watcheth but in vain. And we as a government trust God. We believe in God because there are a number of Christians across this government, in this chamber right now. And I'm proud to be one. We believe that God will take us through this. And so I close by saying to you, a good old song that I sing on Sunday and many days. Be not, I wouldn't sing it now, but I can sing. I assure you that. I hear the Honorable Prime Minister say, if she could sing, but I ain't saying if I could sing. I know I can. But the words, I say these words to you. Be not dismayed. Whate'er betide, God will take care of you. I say this to Barbados today. God will take care of Barbados. I'm obliged to you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The speech that I am about to make is much different from the speech I would have made if this were 3 weeks before. Of course, as we all know, the globe is now confronting what Chancellor of Germany, Angela Merkel, has described as the greatest global crisis since the ending of the Second World War 75 years ago. This government, sir, is confident that we will get through this, sir. We have the leadership that will get us through, and we have the confidence that the people of this country, having gone through other harsh circumstances, sir, including slavery of our ancestors, will also get through. So 3 weeks ago I would have spoken of matters such as the campaign by the National Council of Substance Abuse to reduce illegal and substance abuses in Barbados and misuse of drugs, and efforts to curb both the demand and supply, and of the National Anti-Drug Plan for the next 5 years, which is being formulated and finalized for Cabinet's approval. I would have spoken, sir, in terms of the fire service and the initiatives of the fire service and the move to the temporary fire service locations and the soon-to-be commenced construction of a new fire service station in the Pines, sir, and wish to commend the fire officers, sir, in the smooth transition of the move from Probin Street to other fire stations, Worthing and Arch Hall, and the temporary fire service station in the Pines, sir, and their efforts in making this transition seamless, sir. And of course, the efforts of the fire service to continuously educate the public in fire prevention, the need to provide insurance for your property to protect yourself, and the improvement of the customer service platform at the fire service. So I would have spoken in more detail on the government industrial school and the initiatives of this government to reform child justice legislation and how we treat children who are at risk and who come into conflict, sir, with the criminal justice system, and new legislative platform which Cabinet has noticed, sir, and the consultancy which has now completed, and we're waiting the consultants' report in how to implement the child justice legislation, sir, to finally get rid of a centuries-old piece of legislation that was essentially passed by a colonial parliament, sir, to keep the children of poor black people in their place, sir. Would have spoken, sir, about the release of 13 wards as I, as minister, had the authority to do so within the last 6 months, and they're going into the new Fadvance court, sir, which the Honourable Member for Christchurch West Central would have spoken to this Parliament about when his ministry was in the well, and to wish those children good luck, sir, and to encourage them that their life, they have a whole future ahead of them, even though they may have got in trouble with the law at the ages of 13, 14, and 15. Sir, would have spoken in greater detail on the issue of immigration, sir, and the immigration department, sir. But even so, sir, I still wish to praise the immigration officers, sir, in this country who have made a Herculean effort, sir, with one accord, both people who live in Barbados and visitors to Barbados speak to the greater efficiency of the immigration department since this government has come into office, how they are more customer friendly, sir. The opening now of the immigration department on Saturday mornings to treat to customers, sir. Sir, if there was an award for most improved government department in this country, in the last 21 months, sir, immigration would have to get it, sir. And it's a tribute, sir. You know, a lot of the officers, sir, especially the management, think I'm too hard on them, sir. But I think they've come to understand the kind of demands that I make on them and appreciate that. And, sir, I cannot praise them higher, sir, on their efforts. The task is far from over, sir. But we will continue. We've spoken more about the full implementation of the kiosk, sir, and bringing Barbados into the 3rd century of this decade. And now the online ED card process has been completed, sir, and is ready for launching as an alternative to use of the kiosk, and the abolition of the ED card, sir, in October last year. And plans to digitalize the whole process of applications for immigration, which has started. Institutional strengthening of the department, which is ongoing, sir. All of these under other circumstances, I would have spoken about a bit more, sir. And of course, the agreement of the Cabinet that we need to expand our population, sir, with the approval of the Populations Commission's report by the Cabinet 2 weeks ago, that this country needs more people, population of perhaps between 400,000, 500,000 to become more efficient and optimal, sir. And the role of immigration now and immigration policy and legislation in gaining that expansion by way of citizens expansion, economic migration, allowing people who can be productive and more efficient, have skills and can create employment into this country, sir. There'll be other opportunities later on to speak to that, sir, and the post office and the study to make the postal services more efficient, sir, and the postal services being under pressure, sir, admittedly so in terms of postal delivery, having been part of the modernization program of the public service in the latter part of 2018, sir, unavoidably so as part of our ingrown Brett program. Would have been able to speak, sir, more in terms of probation and the institutional strengthening of that department that is contemplated to allow more for community service platforms, sir, which you extremely familiar with, sir, both as a sociologist, sir, and a leading attorney at law, criminal attorney at law and otherwise. The need to expand the community service platform of this country, community penalties, restoration orders, to giving back to the families and victims of crime, sir. Role of probation in that, and the role that probation will play, sir, in the diversion strategies towards young persons, sir, who need to be brought back to Christian understanding, sir. And the prisons, sir, in terms of the acreage under crops and being plowed up, 10 acres of land planted in crops, more than ever before, 50 acres of land in grassland designated primary for grazing and livestock population, so that the prison has become more self-sufficient in terms of food supply to prisoners, sir. And the proposals to carry out the manifesto promises of the Barbados Labour Party in 2018 for alternative prison sentencing to lessen the prison population, so that those who come into problems and conflict with the courts, as you well know, for minor offences can be kept out of prison more, so that they don't come into contact now with hardened criminals and become worse, and therefore there will be a reduction in recidivism, whereby 60% of prison population, people who come out of prison, get back in trouble with the criminal justice system within the first 44 months of coming out of prison. But, sir, what I've spoken to, sir, as I still have to speak to in terms of reminding Barbadians that there is a hurricane season that starts in less than 2.5 months' time that we still have to prepare for, sir. With all the challenges that we have, an annual event that takes up half of the year, and what we have been doing, sir, in terms of preparing ourselves, our Barbadians, for this occasion, and we hope, sir, the Lord doesn't give you any more than you can bear, sir. We hope that the hurricane season this year will be mild as it was last year, sir. But we are planning, sir, and I have met with all the various ministries involved in hurricane preparation and the committees formed under those ministries and departments of ministries during February and this month, sir. And as we speak, sir, last week, this time we would have had a meeting of the Emergency Management Advisory Council, which has been set up by law to meet, sir, and under the last government that used to meet in July, sir, when the hurricane season started from last year. we have been meeting in February and March, sir. All of that is part of our planning, sir, under the deputy leadership as well of the Honourable Member of Christchurch West, sir. And we would have been able to speak more on institutional strengthening of the Department of Emergency Management, to increase its capacity to develop and execute comprehensive disaster management plans, sir, plans that have been approved by the Cabinet last year, sir. And to build more resilience among our communities, the efforts we have made and the success in strengthening disaster emergency organizations throughout the island and getting a greater cadre of volunteers to serve in disasters. And that's part as well of the Youth Advanced Corps that has been established by this government. Part of that is creating a set of young people who you can rely on especially to help the most vulnerable in our communities, people with disabilities or people living by themselves, to build capacity among young people in terms of volunteerism in this country, which is so necessary. So all of that, but the reality of the times, sir, is that this country, like every other country in the world, faces COVID-19, sir. And, sir, you know, the Lord is our refuge and our strength, as Psalm 46 says, verses 1 and 2. Very present help in trouble. And therefore, we not fear, be disciplined and orderly. And sir, the Lord, at this time of our development, at this time of crisis, sir, has been good enough to help Barbadians realize that they should elect the Honourable Member for St. Michael North East to be Prime Minister and political leader of this country, sir. And in her wisdom to choose a cabinet, sir, which at this time has faced challenges on the economic front, on the sociological front, on the front in terms of addressing law and order, sir, and now on the front of addressing this unprecedented health challenge, sir. The cabinet, sir, of which I am proud to be a part. And, sir, a cabinet comprising leadership at Ministry of Health level of the Honourable Member for the City, sir, who brings a background, sir, in military training, which is so necessary at this time, sir. The Lord has found it fit to bring to Barbados political leadership of this quality at the time, sir. And we need the strength of the people. I have no doubt that when the people of Barbados sit down and think through this crisis and realize that judgment and reason must be brought to the forefront and not emotion and panic and reactionary and not to be driven by reactions which is not thought out, we will pull through this and be stronger for it. So the fact of the matter, as I said, sir, is the leadership, sir. And when you look at the leadership that our Honourable Prime Minister has displayed in the last 2 months on this issue, sir, not to mention her leadership and the leadership of this cabinet and this parliament, sir, on all the other issues, the economy, sir, everything else, sir, that dealing with the debt, having found a country that's the third most indebted country per capita in the world at the end of May in 2018, sir, and how we have dealt with these issues, sir, we will pull through. And as the Honourable Member for Christchurch West said in his speech earlier today, sir, imagine if the other side the Democratic Labour Party, as it was constituted in the 10 last years, was in office, sir, what would happen? A former Prime Minister who would, as would have been his habit, sir, try to put this issue within the perspective of Plato and Socrates and Cicero, sir, and intellectualize this crisis, sir, when the whole matter dealt with action, decisive action, sir. And that has been done by this government, sir. What would have happened in those, if it were those who were in charge in the 10 last years, sir? Undoubtedly, some of those in the cabinet would have looked to see how they could benefit financially from it, sir, would have formed some companies, sir, probably bringing in the toilet paper and the sanitizers and the Lysol to try and make a few more millions from it, more than what they made in those 10 years, sir, through corruption and corrupt practices and bribery, sir. That is what would have happened. So, sir, the Lord is good, sir, and we have prepared, sir. We were one of the first countries in terms ahead of our preparation, even though, sir, we have only started to get cases, imported cases this week. $30 million, sir, has been allocated as of now, and surely more will be, to address this issue, this dilemma, sir, within an IMF program to expand our hospital facilities and our medical treatment capacity and our isolation centers, sir, whether at the hospital at Enmore, in St. Lucie, at the Scantlebury Centre, at the old naval base, all of this proactive steps taken, unlike what has happened in many countries in the developed world, which have a lot more financial and economic resources and human resources than we have, sir. And, sir, I stand by every decision that this government, that this cabinet has made on this issue, sir. We have put protocols in place at every level, sir. And of course, as minister responsible for immigration at this time, sir, I've been party to those protocols in terms of arrivals at the airport and the port workers and the immigration workers and how we've dealt with it. And it is testimony, sir, to our efforts and decision making that Barbados was one of the last 27 countries out of 191 countries in the world to be struck with the virus. And that is not by happen chance, sir. That don't happen, sir, in an open economy, small island like Barbados, just by chance, sir. It is because of the efforts we have made, sir, and we will continue to make those efforts to keep to as minimum as possible the spread of this virus within our communities, sir. As there will be, sir. The medical evidence is that there will be, sir, spread. But we will keep it to a minimum, sir. And I urge Barbadians, as we have all urged, to continue to look at the science. Do not panic. God will be our refuge and our strength, sir. That the science says that 80% of those in this country who get it will have mild symptoms, sir. There will be some who will have it, but who will not even know that they had it, sir. It is, and the statistics show this, sir, because as of last night, there were about 250,000 people in the world who have come down with this virus, sir. 10 million deaths. My math tells me that is 4%, sir. And that percent, of course, is higher among the more vulnerable, those over 70 years of age, those who have non-communicable diseases, sir. That is the truth, are more susceptible, and we have put protocols in place for the elderly, sir. We've told them, don't go out if you don't have to. You know, the churches, sir, have come on board, and yes, our church population is mainly the elderly, women. That is the truth. And yes, we thank the church for understanding this, that that they have to curtail church services and other such services and bring them online. And we will get through this. Life will be different after the epidemic passes, as it will pass. And we have to prepare for that. And we would have heard the Honorable Member for St. Philip's South speak today on the issue, the member for the Minister of Agriculture, in terms of increasing our food sovereignty, sir, which we have to do. We can't delay it anymore. We import too much. So that good will come out of this crisis, sir, because you can't waste a crisis. You have to see how we can reform. There'll probably be more people working from home in a future Barbados, sir. The prison, sir, which falls under my Ministry of Home Affairs, has full protocols in place to deal with this in case a prisoner who is inside gets the virus, sir, in terms of isolation and reduction of visitors to the prison, and the testing, sir, of those who would be coming into the prison in the future, sir. The protocols in place to test anyone coming into prison in the future to ensure that they do not have the virus, sir, and protection of the staff members, sir, which is of paramount importance. Protection of the staff members at all the departments of the Ministry of Home Affairs is of paramount importance, sir. And yesterday I felt it important enough before I attended the cabinet meeting, sir, to attend the briefing which was being undertaken to all the immigration officers, sir, by the Ministry of Health officials and others, sir, on this, because clearly, sir, protection of our staff, of our people, of the public is of paramount importance, sir. But with that, sir, we also have to still have a country that we can live in, that we can survive in after the virus is gone, after vaccination is found for it, sir. Yes, this is the greatest health concern since the Spanish flu 100 years ago, I think in 1918, sir, when 1 million people, I think it was 10 million people, sir, globally died. Those far from that figure will die, sir. As I said, sir, as of yesterday, it was 10,000. And we cannot be hysterical. We have to keep judgment. And we call on Barbadians to maintain the judgment, to listen to the Ministry of Health officials, who I have full confidence in, sir. I've been at many meetings with them. I have full confidence in their ability, sir. Listen to the science. Go with the science, sir. And the reality is that Barbados must survive still after this. So issues of closing our borders, sir, some are saying we should have done and we ought to do, sir. And what happens then? Thousands go home in public sector, in private sector. How will they feed their children? When will we return to work, sir, if that were to happen now? Sir, how would people survive? Crime will undoubtedly increase if we were to do that. We still have to try and maintain normalcy as best as possible for as long as we could. Because if you were to close the borders, close down all offices, everybody stay at home, sir, when do you reopen, sir? No one knows how long this journey is going to be, sir. How long will you close the schools for? And sir, closing schools long, sir, I mean, the Tsar, wisely appointed by the Honorable Prime Minister, sir, has spoken about the experience of children in Sierra Leone who would have been sexually abused because they were away from school. the tripling of the rate of teenage pregnancies when the children were away from school. All of these are factors that a thinking government, responsible government, such as this government has to deal with in making these judgment calls. We ask the populations, the people, to be with us, and we will survive this. The reality, sir, is that to close borders has not prevented the spread of coronavirus. Italy, I believe, was one of the first, if not the first, European country to close its borders. There now is the greatest spread. That did not stop it, sir. We have put in, sir, the protocols from Sunday now. Every person coming in from the United States, from UK, from Europe, will be tested, will be put in a quarantine for 14 days, sir. That is the markings of a responsible government, sir. But we will get through this, sir. We are confident that we will, sir. We ask people to stay the course. We ask people not to panic. We ask people to use their judgment rather than emotion. Because when you go now, buy out everything, sir, toilet papers, I don't know what for, sir, at this stage, when the issues get worse, whenever, sir, what is there, sir? And there are people, all our constituents, all of us have constituents among who can't go, who don't have the money to go and bulk shop now, sir, who will need supplies when they're most needed, sir. And they're the most vulnerable in our communities. So, sir, to wrap up, we ask the people to stay on board with us, sir. We will get through this, sir. I'm satisfied that this government has the leadership, has displayed the leadership, will continue to demonstrate the leadership, sir, that is required. And I have called, and I know, sir, that the vast majority of people have full confidence in the Prime Minister of this country and in this political administration to pull us through in our efforts to fight this global phenomenon. I thank you, sir.
Honourable member for St. George South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First, let me thank my colleagues in this Lord Chamber for giving me the opportunity to speak to the Chamber and, more importantly, to speak to the public. I, too, will join the previous speakers, and I won't be long, but I think the message is very important while we address the issues with the COVID-19 virus, to speak certain things to the public that are very important, and my colleagues give way to me, and I want to thank especially the member for St. Philip North, and she will speak after as well. But I saw it fit to speak to two things, and the first thing I will speak to, Mr. Speaker, is not related to the COVID-19, but a matter that was brought to the House by the member for St. Michael West. And during his presentation, he spoke to this government increasing taxes and doing nothing for the poor and the middle class of this country. But I want to spend only 2 minutes, Mr. Speaker, sharing with the public, and indeed the members of this Lord Chamber, they know what we have done as a government for the poor people and for the middle class in this country. And I will list a few of them. When we came to office, we had a noose around the neck of the people in this country called NSRL, a 10% NSRL tax that saw supermarket prices skyrocketed. And albatross. Thank you, member for Christchurch West Central. The first thing we did was to remove that NSRL. That's one thing. And we saw prices, a reduction in prices. Today, as we speak to that word called consumerism, we have not seen the prices return to pre-NSR levels in this country. And we as a government, we're seeking to address that. And I spoke in the well with my team and I outlined some of the measures. I won't get into that now because we have some other issues that I want to share. We increased pensions from $155 to $225 in this country. That impacted all classes of people in this country. We reinstated the UE fees. When I travel around my constituency, I had a number of persons who had to drop out of university. Persons even came home from law school and med school as a result of the measures instituted as it relates to fees imposed by the last administration. But we didn't stop there. We dealt with income tax. We dealt with reverse tax credit level moving from 18,000 to 25,000. Where we captured within that band of working class people, some 7,200 more persons were eligible and qualified for the reverse tax credit, moving from that band of 18,000 to 25,000. And that pumped another $9 million into the economy for working class people, those at the lower end of the spectrum. The compensatory income credit for those earning between 25,000 to 35,000, just over 14,000 persons were impacted in this country. We reduced our tax bands, and I know persons who look at their income and PAYE statements on a monthly basis will see that monies were put back into their pocket, so they had more disposable income. June 2019, July 2019, and at the start of 2020, we adjusted the tax bands. And I won't get into them right now, but you know when you look at your PAYE slip, you will see more disposable income coming to you. The first tax band would have been $50,000, on which a rate of 12.5% is applied. That was introduced. And some person working for $100,000 a year, that's about $8,333.33 a month, would see some $600 more in their take-home pay. And as we increase the persons working for over $150,000 a year, you will see that some persons indeed were taking home up as high as $1,200 more at the end of the month as a result of the adjustment in the tax bands that we did. But I didn't stop there. We increased salaries by 5% across the board for public servants. I didn't stop there. The youth advance score, what, 11 million to train young people in this country. $5 million additional went to the welfare department last year. And I can go on and on. I don't even want to speak about the trust loans. I spent enough time speaking about that. But we give people an opportunity that they never had in this country. Poor people, middle class people, the business sector, they were empowered. Persons were enfranchised. The TAP program, the member for Christchurch West and the member for St. Lucie worked with me. And we put $2.5 million into Fund Access to allow persons to own their own vehicles and provide a key service in this country. So Mr. Speaker, when I sat and I listened, just like the honourable member for St. Michael's South during his presentation, he started there. We cannot allow the honourable member for St. Michael West to tell our public that we have done nothing as a government for poor people and working class people. And we have done it in a BERT program. In a BERT program. I don't know if he expects us to give them the whole hog in the BERT program. How could we be fiscally prudent at a time like this and give away everything? We cannot as a government. And I want to congratulate the Prime Minister, the member for St. Michael North East again, for the sterling work and the astute leadership that she has demonstrated since coming to office. And it brings me to this crisis, COVID-19, and my role as Minister, Small Business Entrepreneurship and Commerce. We saw it fit, Mr. Speaker, to look at that sector called the commercial sector. Retailers, importers of goods, wholesalers, and last but by no means least, the buyers of goods. And we have a duty as a government in this crisis, and my colleagues spoke about the crisis, and I don't need to go back there and what we have to do. The only message I will send to my people in St. George is to listen to those persons who are trained and to listen to the Ministry of Health officials. Go on the hotline and take the advice with respect to how we should treat with this virus, the mitigating risk measures that we have to take, washing of our hands. But, Mr. Speaker, consumerism, the definition, the protection of the rights and interests of the general pool of buyers in this country, and we have a duty as a government. Likewise, I have a duty as the Minister of Commerce to protect these buyers of goods and products in this country at a very critical time. And we saw it fit, Mr. Speaker, to come up with a list of 48 items we call a COVID basket of goods. And why we did this, we sat as a government, and I want to thank the private sector, the Barbados Chamber of Commerce, and members of the Private Sector Association, those importers of goods, those wholesalers, and the retailers. We sat at least in 3 meetings for the past 5 days to see how best we can work as a team. It's not government and them or them and government. We sat as a team to see how best we can work to ensure that there's no price gouging, to ensure that there's no hoarding, and to ensure that we come up with a basket of goods that represents what the average householder would consume on a daily basis. And we came up with a list of 48 items. And I want to thank those persons, those stakeholders who saw it fit to approach us, the Barbados Chamber of Commerce, who approached us, and who indeed played their part in coming up with this 48 items that the average householder will consume during this crisis. But why we did that? Because we think and we know as a government we have a duty to the people of this country, those who consume goods in this country, those persons who have to eat to survive. And we saw it fit to make sure that during this crisis, that this list of 48 items that range from food items to toiletries, antibacterial and disinfectants, to sanitary and health, baby items, diapers for adults, sanitary napkins, garbage bags, toilet paper, and we saw the issue with the toilet paper. Persons are indeed buying up the toilet paper. in the supermarket. Some are even going to the extreme. But this list of 48 items, we said, as government and stakeholders, we do not want to see an increase in prices, even though buying becomes a challenge as a result of international markets being closed, vessels not coming and bringing the items. And indeed, we sat and we came up with these items and we said, if we have to source these items from other places, such as rice, and indeed we have started to look at rice coming out of Suriname, because we can't get rice from the other traditional markets. And again, I want to congratulate the Prime Minister for forming the bilateral agreement with the Borkapondo agreement, with Suriname, whereby we can get rice at a time of crisis to ensure that our people eat. And that's just one of the items that I use to share the process of how we'll move from the traditional buying practices within the international market to secure goods for our people. And our importers have said that they're prepared, even though the prices will increase, and we know prices will increase based on demand supply coming into this country. But we have worked as a team to make sure that we absorb that increase, whether government or private sector. How much government will share, I'm not at liberty to say. I leave that to the Prime Minister, who will speak to the country this afternoon. But we will make sure that within these 48 items, the COVID basket that we have arrived, based on consultation with the private sector, that prices will come down and not increase, so that our people can feel comfortable that this government continues to protect the interests of the working class people in this country. Those persons who indeed we know will be struggling if this virus stays with us for over 3 months, 4 months, 5 months, 6 months. Businesses might not be able to pay the normal wages that they pay on a weekly and monthly basis. But people still have to live and people still have to eat in this country. So consumerism is fundamental, protecting the buyers and protecting those persons who live from paycheck to paycheck in this country. We are committed to ensuring that during this crisis, every single person in this country shall have food to eat. They shall have bread on their table. Even if salaries are impacted, we have come up with a list of 48 items, from foodstuff to sanitary to disinfectants. And this list will be made a document of the House, because I think it is important that the Chamber records this. I don't have the time to read the entire list, but it ranges from luncheon meat to sardines to tuna, saltfish, red herring, pasta, rice, cornmeal, flour, potatoes, canned stuff, sugar, biscuits, bread, teas, vitamin C, and we have included orange as an alternative source of vitamin C, because the average man might not be able to buy vitamin C at $14, $15, but they can buy some oranges coming out of Jamaica. And we're prepared as a government to charter flights to bring items into this country during this crisis. And I want to congratulate the port as well, because, and customs, because we will ensure that clearing of goods through our port of entry will be seamless. And I want to thank the minister, the member for St. Michael South, the chairman of the port, the Minister of Finance, and the Prime Minister. All licenses as it relates to these items coming into the country, our borders will be open to ensure that we have a seamless operation and that our people are protected and they have food on their table. So I thank those agencies, the chairman of the port, the member for St. Michael's South, the member for Christchurch East Central, the Comptroller of Customs, our Prime Minister and member for St. Michael Northeast, who is again demonstrating the leadership, the kind of leadership that we call world class. And indeed, someone has said they have not seen. Someone compares her to Vladimir Putin. They can't compare her to Trump, sorry. But at the end of the day, Putin is a good leader. I mean, in terms of leadership and leading, I mean, there were some other areas, capitalism. We are not going into capitalism and Marxist. You know, we are still looking at leadership. Leadership that has been demonstrated by our Prime Minister. He's a strong leader, but the side you may not like is, but he is a strong leader. So this team approach to addressing this issue of COVID-19, we have indeed taken it on, and all agencies have grouped together, and we are moving as one team, not as government and them or them as and government. It's a team approach to ensuring that we have goods in this country during this time of crisis that our people can eat. But we, as a government, cannot carry the burden alone. It must be shared. And I want to thank the private sector as I close, indeed, for the leadership they have shown as well with their sector, the Chamber of Commerce, the Private Sector Association. And in our next meeting, we will be looking at prices within this COVID basket of goods. But to say to the public and to say to the Lord Chamber, we have taken a proactive approach because we recognize that the price of goods coming in from the international market will increase. But we'll put the necessary measures in place within government and within the private sector to ensure that within this basket of goods, that prices are not escalated and there are no hoarding of these basic goods that we think are necessary for the basic needs of our people in this country, especially those vulnerable persons. I want to thank these supermarkets as well for opening their doors, especially to allow the vulnerable people and those who are elderly to access goods and services without the infringement and the bundling that we saw within the last couple of days. And I end off by the words used by most of our members, because we are not panicking as a government. We are showing leadership, and we will continue to manage this crisis and to make sure that our people are protected and they have food on their table at reasonable prices to consume. I want to thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm obliged to you.
Honorable member for St. Philip North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is indeed a pleasure, despite these circumstances, to be able to speak in Parliament, which I have not done in a few months because of reasons that the public already knows. Still suffering a bit, so I apologize for the quality of my voice at this time. But like everything else, I want to ask you the discussion with respect to COVID. Like probably most of Barbados, I don't have any fancy Bible verses to lend you or to give you, but we all are nervous. We all are concerned, but at the same time, we do not want to instill panic. I have been a doctor for almost 25 years now, and it does not mean that I do not have concerns with respect to this epidemic. I went through the whole lessons about what is an epidemic, what is a pandemic, and all of it was on paper. But now it's in our faces in a most realistic and blatant way. This is the time where I would like to encourage the Barbadian public to support each other. We know all, and most people spoke about it today. We know all about the precautions we need to take to protect ourselves and to decrease the chances of transmission. I had the privilege, or not the privilege, of seeing the panic out there with respect to what we like to call social distancing. I hate the term. I think it should be changed to physical distancing. I had agreed with somebody on that I heard in the airwaves today. Physical distancing rather than social distancing, because this is the time that we need to be looking at taking care of our neighbors. I saw yesterday the panic, as I said before, and today. I went into the bank early this morning. People are in gloves, people are in masks, and we have discussed the effects of this. I watched a gentleman in a mask that touched his face at least 5 times in a minute. And through you, Honorable Speaker, I want to extend to the members, and here I got a WhatsApp not so long ago when our brother from St. Michael's South was speaking. And she asked very politely that to remind the members of the chamber not to put their hands on their faces. So my job is done in terms of transferring that if she's listening. I had the instance to go into one of our the major fast food establishments. I was handed a basket through the window. I went through the drive-through, through the window so that I could put my money in. False sense of security. The cashier took the basket from me, took out the money, counted it, put it in the cash register, counted it, gave me back change, and handed me the basket. My question to her was, how did you know I did not sneeze on that? False sense of security. So we have to be careful with some of these measures that workplaces are allowing or encouraging so used to saying patients, workers to carry out. But what this COVID-19 pandemic has done, it has let us realize or come to realize the chinks in our armor. And this is not necessarily a bad thing. We have realized that tourism cannot be as heavily relied on as we do right now. We have to realize that the social services will be impacted. I know measures were being put in place way before the COVID in terms of improving the system, but this COVID has now pushed us to recognize that we've been caught with our pants down to some extent. We have to remember the elderly and the most vulnerable in our community, as the Honorable Member for St. James South was alluding to earlier. Coming here this morning, I passed at least 5 homeless people. My question is, do we have the resources to take care of these people as the pandemic escalates? The elderly people that are living alone, some of them are being taken care of by the NAB, but what happens if the stages, as we anticipate, if we go up in the stage, what happens to these elderly people and homeless people? We have made, and I applaud the ministries of People Empowerment, Elder Affairs, and all the other ministries that would have taken a part. I applaud the efforts that they give with respect to shutting off some of the geriatric hospitals and the attendant housing for elderly people. I think that was a wise choice, a decision to limit visitation at the hospital. But as I said, now is the time to be our brother's keeper. We need to encourage neighbors to be just that, to check in on the elderly. Hence the no need for social distancing. We need to get to know our neighbors' telephone numbers now. We need to form our WhatsApp groups, because there will come a time that we will not, even so now, we will not be able to visit physically the elderly in our communities. The children will be home. We need to encourage children. Just check in if you're going to the supermarkets. Check in with your elderly neighbor. Do you need anything? And at this point, I would like to encourage the supermarkets, the bigger ones, the smaller ones, to consider, I know 1 or 2 of them do it, consider making home deliveries, because there will come a point that people cannot get out to the supermarkets. Is a risk for them. Consider home deliveries, activate or reactivate things like the neighborhood watches, where we can have a lookout for our most vulnerable population. A little short of breath. This is no time for the young people. The Honourable Member for Christchurch West Central I know he's making strides with respect to encouraging the young people off the blocks and things. Encourage them to look in on your neighbors, look in on your friends, make sure the elderly are okay, and make sure the children in the community are okay. That is also a consideration. The welfare department will be strapped. We have to remember the single women out there, not to do with COVID, but up to 2 days ago, I met a young lady, psychiatric history, 4 children, no father. But this is not the time and place to discuss paternity leave. I will have my chance later on. But she approached the welfare department, and I know many members in here are having issues with the welfare department, and got no further assistance. She's already getting assistance, but no further assistance for an electric bill, for instance, that was cut off. These are things we need to look at. I do not know the social circumstances fully, so there may be a reason to do it, but these are times now where we have to assist those people out there who rely on welfare assistance, women, children especially, just to bear that in mind. We have, because of COVID-19, have seen the chinks in our armor with respect to agriculture. There's not a rush, and I know the Minister of Agriculture has been working hard over the last 2 years to get agriculture back on board. This is allowing us to see that it should have been done long ago, even before us. Short-term crops we need to encourage. And in the end, this will let us see that the import bill can be decreased, because most vegetables and fruits and meats that we now import, we can handle in our local market, including with respect to rearing or growing food crops, rearing animals or growing food crops. The children are off. I'm encouraging families, householders to start growing things. Dig up a little garden, get the children involved. They're home from school, that's an agricultural lesson. The piece of potato that's grown in the house that you would normally throw away, put it in the garden. I have done that. These are times now where we need to get families on board, the community on board with respect to growing our own food. It had come in agriculture, I remember when it was small, where in Guyana, the then Prime Minister, Burnham, he was Prime Minister or President? President, where he had started a ban on food items, importation of food items, and the Guyanese became inventors. They came up with the cassava flour. That's the first time I had bakes with cassava flour. As you may have heard, my mother is not Barbadian. So I grew up with things like cassava flour. I went to Guyana and things like breadfruit. They use candied fruits, chutneys, and they still continue to do this. And it did a lot. It seemed harsh at first, but it did a lot with respect to getting the country to be a little more self-sustainable. And I think this COVID-19, despite the fact that it may be devastating, is allowing us to see that Barbados is capable of doing some of these things. What I would like to pass on to the Minister of Agriculture, and I heard him speak with respect to predial larceny. I think we need to up the game with respect to predial larceny. I recently spoke to a manager at one of our plantations that lost an estimated $50,000 in produce. The police were called. The police station is like 15 minutes or less walking. Police were called when the person was actually on site and nobody came. We cannot afford for this to carry on, especially in this time. We cannot afford for people to lose money and crops, because they rely on a bonus. There are workers in the field that rely on this money, and more so now than ever, because we do not know how long we'll be able to go to work. Yes, the ministries and the Honorable Prime Minister has made provision at stage 3 where the sick leave will be provided, so hopefully people will still be paid. But we are coming to that point where we have to be involved as a community. I'm also asked to convey the concerns of some residents with respect to indiscriminate spraying of food crops, weedicides, pesticides. It is something that we need training on, if not banning altogether, to find alternative ways to deal with pests. These are things outside of COVID that we cannot dismiss. It is allowing us this COVID, this beast COVID, to realize the chinks in the armor in the educational system. I am relieved and strongly support the Ministry of Education's decision to close the schools. It really was a concern of mine. It was a concern of mine. I think we as a country need to respect teachers. I grew up in a family of teachers. Several people in my family were teachers. And I have the highest respect. I've heard members in here saying, and not only this government, saying they have the highest jobs in the community, the most noble professionals, and I beg to disagree. None of us would be here today if it weren't for the teachers that started us off. None of us. And I know I'm in the company of two good teachers, one of them from St. Thomas, who insists that she was the greatest teacher Barbados has ever seen, and another gentleman sitting across from me, St. George North, and there are probably one or two others that I am aware of. We need to respect the teachers. Those comments that I've been seeing on social media where they're called glorified babysitters, we all are babysitters, but they also have a bigger part to play. We need to respect them. We need to communicate with them. There is nothing in my mind that the Ministry of Education should be allowed to do without consultation with the teachers who man the stations. Nothing. They need to be included. Now, as I said, we've been seeing the chinks whereby education, and I know we've been working on it. I know the ministries have been working on it, including, what's the name of K's ministry? Yeah, Ministry of Innovation and Technology, as well as the Ministry of Education, have been working on it all along, but it has hit us in the face suddenly. What are these children now that they're home? They're on vacation now, but we don't know. We don't know how long the off time from school will last. As we say, 3, 4, 5, 6 months or more. The technology is being worked on. We have teachers I know for a fact that are on board with the system. Most are, some can't use it, but they are on board with the system. But technology is now coming to the fore. My only wish is that we could have been a little further before this hit. That is okay for secondary schools to some extent, but primary schools, we still have to come up with innovative ways to teach these children right while they're off from school. The technology, yes. This is a time we should be neighborly. Yes, I heard the the Minister of Education speaking about one of the ministries, speaking about Wi-Fi and hotspots. These are the times that we have to push for these even further. And I now appeal to neighbors to open their Wi-Fi. There are children that will need to do research when school, in inverted commas, starts back. Open your Wi-Fi, share it with your neighbors. The cost won't be any more. Do that. I encourage people to do that. But consultation needs to continue with the children, with the teachers. Parents need to get on board, especially with primary school children who do not have the staying power to sit down in front of a screen learning something. Maybe we could think about teaching parents who do not know basic concepts so that the children could still keep up with their classes. Things like that we need to consider. Parents as well as the Ministry of Education. I want to encourage parents during this time to spend time with your children. This time would normally be 6 hours in school where they're spent time with their teachers and their friends. They will not have that soon. They will have nobody in the house unless they have brothers and sisters to play with, to talk to. Spend time with your children. This is one of the times the silver lining of it would be to encourage families to be families again. Spend time with your children, teach them something, go in the garden, that's an agricultural lesson. Exercise, skip with them, run around the yard with them. These are things that need to come back urgently. There are other issues with education, but I'll speak to them at another time, like common entrance. There are ways that we have to think about common entrance. I, for myself, have no particular problem with stopping it, but we need to think about alternatives. Along with the teachers, whether it be to tweak the exam, whether it be to put it later on. I personally think that there is a place for the common entrance, maybe at a later date. However, I think coursework, just like universities, coursework should play a greater part with respect to the final result. I don't think a common entrance exam should be the largest percentage of a child deciding where they're going to school, and I agree with respect to stopping the common entrance there. But of course, we have to discuss alternatives. It can be done quickly. It can't be done without consultation. I'm trying to speak. We have to bear in mind there are students that are worried about their university education at this point. We know that CSC will likely be put back. We have to encourage these students. Of course, it's affecting all the other countries, so hopefully everybody will be on the same playing field, but we have to be mindful of this. COVID-19 has shown us the kinks in the healthcare system, which most of us, if not all of us as an island, already know. But what it will do is to make us more equipped if or when another wave this devastating pass through the world. We will now have many more ventilators that we would have needed for a long time. We will now have more facilities for healthcare treatment outside of the hospital. I am trusting that they will be developed. These are the good things that will come out of the healthcare. Yeah, ICU beds will increase. These are things we've been begging for years. My only concern is here, and I know it will be resolved, is the staffing, how well the staffing is, and I'm sure the honorable member for the city would let me know, because it's not everything I know, how well the staffing is with respect to manning these facilities, because that is very important. I appeal to the nation now to follow the measures of the Ministry of Health. Please, and this is for my own safety too, try not to show up at doctor's offices saying you had the COVID. Use the hotline. The number is now stuck in my head. Use the hotline. Do not show up at the hospital, A&E. There are vulnerable people there. Follow the guidelines that the ministry has outlined. They're sensible, and they're worth following to curtail further devastation. Apart from COVID, there's some kudos I want to lay. One for the honorable member of St. Michael East. St. Michael East, I am seeing a great improvement with respect to garbage collection in my parish. I'm not going to say constituency, in my parish, and that extends to the rest of Barbados. What I want to do, though, is to reprimand to some extent the public. There are still people that are not cooperating, that are dumping. If you travel through St. Philip, you see mattresses, stores, fridges dumped in some ridiculous areas. My daughter said yesterday she wished she could pick up all, and when the person gets home from dumping them, that they'll find them in the front yard. We need to, I beg out Sanford, I beg of you, I'm begging people to stop this indiscriminate dumping. I'm sure there's provision with the transport, the sanitation services, where we can have these things picked up. We need to get back to this community thing. Again, the environment, we need to do that. It will be remiss of me if I don't bring in sick building syndrome. It has been a bane in my existence, and not only mine. We need to address these issues. You hear me speaking, and this is not easy. My fear is that more buildings than we think are involved. We need to have a part of the government that is responsible for maintenance, if not within a ministry separately, that is responsible for maintenance of these buildings. People do not realize the devastation that a sick building can cause to a person. I have seen people with cancer. I have a patient with cancer, and the 4 people that sat around her in ministries, all 4 of them died from cancer. We do not know what sick building syndrome can do, and I would suggest we do not take the chance. And it's not an easy road to travel when it affects you. You become hypersensitive to everything. I can barely stand in here as it is. I want to make the ministries aware, and just like the member for St. James North that has a soft spot for the disabled. I am now developing a soft spot along with education and health for environmental issues, and I'm going to use every opportunity I can to push for it. In wrapping up, apart from COVID, there are other things that are hanging around in our society, like crime. It is worth now appealing. I don't know if it will fall on deaf ear, but usually if you speak to 1,000 people, at least one will hear. I am appealing to the gentlemen and ladies, for want of better words, out there that are committing crimes, the shootings, the killings. This is not the time to do it, not when Barbados is at such risk. We need to put a lot of resources, much resources, into the COVID-19 pandemic. It is unfair and unreasonable to have for the AG to have to deal with these fools, and they make no apologies for saying so, who decide to shoot one another on a daily basis. That is a drain on the system in Barbados, whether it be financial or the resources, people resources. And I am pleading to you to put your efforts in other directions. There are things that we have to do now as a community to come together. And I'm hoping this COVID-19 is the start of something good. There's always a silver lining in something. There's always a silver lining. I want to encourage the supermarkets, and I heard the Honourable Member for St. George South speaking about it. With respect to price gouging, it exists. I have seen it. I have had employees of supermarkets report it to me. They did not blame the supermarket owner, but they blame the wholesaler. I applaud your efforts at the COVID basket of goods, but I will not be a physician being trained by some of the best at UE. When I agree with your red herring and salt fish, when we know that probably the majority of the percentage of people here who we are seeking to protect with the COVID suffer from non-communicable diseases. So I would love to have a look at it if you don't mind. But I would suggest having a look at the COVID basket of goods, as you call it, and adjust it to suit. Bring in some people to consult. We have many dietitians that the Ministry of Education would have paid to study. Use some of these people in terms of fish, but red herring, yes, it's a fish, but it's full of salt fish as well. But we'll talk about that at some point in time. But these are the people that especially know that need to be protected, the elderly and the people that suffer from non-communicable diseases. Have a look at it again. And it's my wish that this COVID basket of goods become just a basket of goods when this COVID is over. I'm glad that it consists of more than food. I have had people in my constituency, mothers with, I have a family with 8 girls, and sometimes they have to decide on if to send a child to school or keep home one of the girls because they cannot afford sanitary supplies. So I hope that that basket of goods, that COVID basket of goods become just basket of goods. At this point now, I'm running out of breath, Honourable Speaker. So I will take my leave just to wish the population the safest and all the best. And remember that we need to take care of each other in this time of almost crisis. I thank you.
Honourable Member for Christchurch West Central.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank you and thank this House for indulging me for the next 15 minutes or so. And I think that this is a rare occasion, one of the few, where I will be speaking not only as a Member of Parliament for Christchurch West Central, and of course, the Minister of Youth and Community Empowerment, but of course, Mr. Speaker, I want to speak as well as a pharmacist. And you know, it's interesting because my speech is going to start basically on an experience I had last night, where an old girl in my constituency in Canada Hill, a nice old girl, I know I love all the old girls in the constituency, everybody in Christchurch West Central. But as I was leaving Kendall gas station, she met me and she says, Minister, what you doing for the COVID? I said, sweetheart, I will do my best. You know what she said? She said, let me tell you something, man. Never let the things you cannot do prevent you from doing the things you can do. I didn't want to start on this premise because there is no magic wand that we can wave to cause COVID to disappear. But we have been doing the things that we can do. Ably led, of course, by none other than the Member of Parliament for St. Michael North East. And at her side in this fight for the last couple of weeks is none other than my friend, the Member of Parliament for the city of Bridgetown, who is there soldiering on, and I want to salute him today for a job well done. I want to say today, as a pharmacist, and we understand the pandemic that we are faced with. We understand. But the reality is that once Barbadians stay the course and do what they are basically instructed to, based on sound research and informed analysis and instructions from the Ministry of Health, we are saying we are going to weather this storm. And when you look at the statistics, because it's very important to understand what we are dealing with in terms of this threat. So far, around 190 countries or so, territories, have been affected. A total of 260 odd thousand persons. The deaths, as I speak, is around 10,000, just above 10,000. China, about 80,000 persons infected. The deaths so far is around 3,000. But you know what's most interesting about it? Only 39 new cases over the last couple of days. It shows that there's a drop-off. Italy, 41,000 or so affected. Death toll of 3,000, just above 3,405. A percentage death rate of 8.27%. Spain. And what's interesting about Italy and Spain is the percentage of persons over the age of 65. Italy has about 13 million in that category, Spain about 6 million. So interestingly enough, the death toll in those areas are the highest in the world, along with other idiosyncrasies as it relates to poverty and so on. My point is that the antithesis of this, of course, is Germany. And you will recognize that countries who were proactive, who put measures in place from the onset, from the time this outbreak took place in December last year in China, we as a government have been speaking to the Barbadian public. We have been preparing for it. We have been preparing in such a way that you would have heard the Ministry of Health putting out all of the PSAs. You would have heard the minister speaking on it as limpid, as lucid as possible. You would have heard the Prime Minister on the front line every single day walking Barbadians through the journey. Germany, 17,742 cases so far. 48 deaths. A death rate of less than 1%. You know what happened in Germany? Persons followed instructions. There were certain protocols put in place that were followed. Switzerland, over 4,905 cases. 50 deaths thus far. Less again than 1%. And it goes to Austria, Norway, countries that were proactive and put systems in place. All we are saying to Barbadians is to follow the Ministry of Health advice. Advice in terms of washing hands, keeping your hands away from your face. When you are coughing, ensure that you use a tissue that you can dispose in a container that you seal when done. And of course, if there are issues in terms of an association of symptoms, coughing, which is a persistent dry cough, fever, if you start to feel drowsy, dizzy, lightheaded, you call the hotline that is given to you. And the hotline number, I repeat it, 536-4500. You call that hotline because there is a plan in place. I said already. The Minister of Health, the member part of my friend from the city, he doesn't have an action plan. He has a plan. He doesn't have a plan of action. He has an action plan. And there will be certain measures put in place. Because we have an aging population, that's the reality of it. And Italy is about 23%, Spain about 70% or so. But we have an aging population. And the message to the elderly people who are dear to my heart in this country is to stay home. Don't go out in gatherings unnecessary. If you have a chronic underlying condition, and I'm speaking to the diabetics over there, those persons who suffer from hypertension, and persons with chronic lung conditions, asthmatics, make sure you have the medication to cover yourself. Those who suffer from emphysema, bronchitis as we know it, pneumonia, persons who suffer from chronic sinusitis, issues as it relates to your breathing capacity, and any issues with the lungs, persons who have other chronic underlying conditions, cancer patients. These are the persons I'm speaking to today. If you are experiencing symptoms of cough, persistent dry cough, with breathlessness, if you have an associated fever, if you've started to feel drowsy and dizzy, please get on the phone, isolate yourself, put on a mask. Because putting on a mask, as alluded to by the Member of Parliament for St. Michael South earlier, and the Member of Parliament for Christchurch East Central, is not really to stop the person from catching it, and as much as it is to prevent the person who is coughing from allowing the deposits and the virus to spread. That is the reality of it. And as much as we put on gloves and we think that that is a sure way of defense, I want to say today that the safest thing to use is a tissue when you are coughing or sneezing, and wash your hands, recognizing, of course, that we are operating in a water-scarce environment. While you are washing your hands, you lather, you turn off the pipe. You try to conserve as much water as possible and use your sanitizers. That is the message that we are telling persons. Wash your hands as often as possible. Because the reality is that the virus, as we know it, can live outside of the body. We now recognize, of course, that it can live on rubber as we know it for up to 12 hours. On stainless steel and metal for the better part of between 24 to 72 hours. But on the hand, it's about anything between 3 to 7 hours. So the reality is, washing your hands is the best way, and sterilizing your environment. That is the message that we have to send. To those persons who are using medication, And that is why I have to put on my pharmacist hat. Most important today. For persons who are taking medication, I am saying today that the non-steroidal anti-inflammatories that the Ministry of Health spoke about, ibuprofen along with a host of other medication which fall into this category. We know that the elderly folk, they take this medication for the arthritic pain that they experience. You may take it after a dental procedure, it may be a surgical procedure, it may be an injury from sport-related. My point today, and my message to those in earshot, is that these non-steroidal anti-inflammatory come under a number of names. And before you take these products in this environment, I want you to consult your physician. If you are coughing, if you are experiencing breathlessness, if there's an associated fever, before you take Motrin, ibuprofen, paraffin, naproxen, cataflam, Voltaren, diclofenac as we know it, Celebrex, Atarac, and aspirin. These are just a few. Consult with your doctor or your pharmacist or your medical practitioner, because these drugs, what we refer to as the NSAIDs, can cause a situation as it relates to a COVID case from bad to worse. It exacerbates the condition and it causes a lot of problems. And especially in little children, ibuprofen is known to cause empyema, which is development of pus and pneumonia eventually. So these are things that we have to be mindful of. And in the same way I carry this message about the different products to look for and to inform your doctor. Because the salient message here is that always keep, in this time, when we are dealing with this pandemic, close consultation with your physician. That is the most important message before you take any product. Because there's a host of other products that are considered non-steroidal anti-inflammatory, or products not to be taken at this point in time. So before you take your product, consult with your health professional. That is the salient message that I'm seeking to deliver today. But along with that, there are certain vitamins and minerals, essential vitamins and minerals at this point in time, that I'm asking Barbadians to up the ante as it relates to ensuring that you boost your immune system. Again, with the consultation and guidance of your physician, we know the vitamin C as we know it. These are products that will boost your immune system, help you to resist infections. That is all we are asking for. Vitamin C as we know it. And the Minister of Agriculture, the Honorable Member for St. Philip's South, spoke to all these things earlier. The lemon juice, lemongrass, the trace minerals, zinc. I don't think there are any zinc lozenges available, but zinc comes in a lot of different products. The multi-bionta, Centrum Silver, the products that contains the trace minerals, chromium, manganese, iodine is found in drinking water. I am encouraging every Barbadian to drink as much water, up to 6 glasses a day in this current environment, if you could. It is as important as breathing the air as we know it. Drink lots of water. Take your vitamin C. But as I said, the caveat here is to have close consultation with your doctor, because every single person in this country may not be able to take vitamin C. You may be allergic to certain things. Turmeric, as we know it, ginger. And the old girls in the constituency will know about these things. The old remedies to build your immune system now, along with following the ministries of health advice as it relates to sanitizing your environment. But these things are grown in most backyards. Ginger, as we know it, Mr. Speaker, I know you touched a lot of that when you were a little boy. The B-complex, the complete B-complex with minerals, tamarind juice, as I said, lots of orange juice. There's certain medication that can't be taken with grapefruit juice. But again, follow the consultation and guidance of your doctor. All I'm appealing to is the Barbadians is to ensure that you increase your vitamins, you drink a lot of water at this time, you follow the instructions and the PSAs from the Ministry of Health, and we will weather the storm as Barbadians together. The green leafy vegetables, lettuce, Mr. Speaker, cabbage, spinach, broccoli, beans, okras, carrots, and coconut water, which has a lot of potassium. Bananas too. Young coconut delivers more potassium than any of these products I call. And once your doctor have given you the okay to take these things, all I'm saying is that they help build the integrity of the cells and they protect and build the immune and boost the immune system. That is what I'm saying today. But, Mr. Speaker, in wrapping up, I am saying to Barbadians that you have a government who is fully aware, cognizant of the situation we are faced. We recognize that once there is a serious structure and protocols are followed, that, like other countries, like Germany, like Switzerland, like Norway, we can control and we will weather the storm to protect the lives of Barbadians. And all we are saying is that you need to follow the advice. I heard the Member of Parliament for St. Michael South spoke about the misuse and abuse of social media for wanton behavior. And this is something I'm very upset about. Those persons who sit down home and they hear about a COVID virus and decide that they must get viral on social media to get hits and put out all sorts of messages that are not true. These are the things that we have to speak. And I'm appealing to the Royal Barbados Police Force, the top brass man, to bring them before the law courts. Because they're trying to cause panic and unnecessary unrest in the country. And we are saying, as a government, we have a zero tolerance to this behavior. It achieves nothing. It's not the Barbadian way of life. Right now, we have to put together with persons from all countries who are residing in Barbados. And xenophobia will not be tolerated. This is not the behavior that we need at this point in time. We need every Barbadian to bind together for this fight because we will overcome anything if we stay together as a country, understanding that the lives of every single Barbadian and the future of this country can be protected with the efforts of every single person. And I want to close, Mr. Speaker, by saying, in the words of Jim Beaver, he was a coach, very good one too. And he said, today, and I want to say, today as a government, we will lead the fight. Tomorrow, we will fight and fight again for Barbadians to make sure that we do not lose a single life. We will do everything in our power for Barbadians. The next day, we will fight again. As a cabinet, as a government, as a group of people who care about Barbadians. And I know the Member of Parliament for St. Michael West and every single Barbadian agree with me, and you too, Mr. Speaker, when I say we will fight for every single living entity in Barbados. We will fight the next day and the next day and the next day. And if the COVID virus as we know it, if it intends to put up a defense and beat we as a government, as a country in this fight, I want COVID to walk with breakfast, lunch, and dinner. because it'll be a long, hard fight. Mr. Speaker, we intend to win this battle and the war against COVID. And with those few words, Mr. Speaker, I'm obliged.
Honorable Leader, Government Business.
And on that note, Mr. Speaker, so that we can all engage in lunch, I beg to move that the House be suspended until 5:30 p.m.
Beg to second that, sir.
The question is that this honorable chamber be suspended until 5:30 p.m. All those honorable members in favor, please say aye. Those against, please say no. Me think the ayes have it. This honorable chamber stands suspended until 5:30 p.m.